Chapter 1024. The two of you, please calm down. Why don't I appraise it? At this moment, a white-haired old man walked out. Seeing this old man, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City bowed. This old man was an alchemy master of Crimson Crescent City and was also a grade 6 alchemy master. When he heard that someone had taken out a grade 7 pill, he hurried over to take a look. Originally, Master Yen was doubtful and did not believe it. However, when he arrived at the scene and smelled the pill fragrance in the air, he became excited. With his strength and many years of experience, he was sure that this pill fragrance was not something that a grade 6 pill could emit. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xian with excitement in his eyes. Although he had his doubts about whether Lin Xian could refine a grade 7 elixir pill, he was certain that it was a grade 7 elixir pill. My friend, I am a grade 6 alchemy master of Crimson Crescent City. Can I take a look at the pill in your hand? Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded his head and handed over the wooden box in his hand. Master Yin took a deep breath and quickly took the wooden box and opened it. Then his face was filled with shock as he stood rooted to the ground. There was no need to examine it. Just by looking at the pill markings and pill fragrance, he was sure that it was a grade 7 pill. Old Yen, how is it? Nearby, the other elders of Crimson Crescent City quickly asked, Grade 7 pill. It is definitely a grade 7 pill. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other in shock. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as their faces were filled with shock. Previously, they were still doubtful. However, now that Master Yen of Crimson Crescent City had spoken, they were sure that it was a grade 7 pill. Lin Xian had actually refined a grade 7 pill. This news was like a bolt of lightning that shocked them, although they were not sure if this pill was personally refined by Lin Xian. They were sure of one thing. If this was true, Lin Xian would be a grade 7 alchemy master, and his status would reach a terrifying height. Thinking of this, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Xian changed. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary person. They didn't expect that the other party was actually an alchemist. Moreover, his level was frighteningly high. I finally understand why he is able to walk together with Fairy Morome. That's right, a 7th tier alchemist. Just thinking about it is terrifying. No wonder he could obtain the favor of Fairy Morome. Everyone sighed inwardly with deep envy. As for the gloomy youth from the Shin family, his face was filled with madness. Impossible! This can't be real. I must be dreaming. His expression was ferocious as he descended into madness. He did not expect that the pill in Lin Xian's hand was really a 7th grade pill. This was unacceptable to him. As a genius alchemist, he had never placed anyone in his eyes. But now, there was actually someone who was even more talented than him and had become a 7th grade inscription master. This caused the self-confidence he had built up all this time to collapse in an instant. Little friend Lin, may I know the name of this 7th grade medicinal pill and what is its use? They were still unsure whether this 7th grade medicinal pill was personally refined by Lin Xian, so they could only address him as little friend. Master Yen was also nervous. If Lin Xian was really a 7th grade alchemist, then he could no longer address him as little friend. Instead, he would have to address him as master. This was the rule of this world. There was no seniority based on age. Everything was based on strength. If your strength was heaven-defying, even if you were only 1 year old, everyone would address you as a senior. If your aptitude was mediocre and did not have any abilities, even if you lived for a few hundred years, no one would place you in their eyes. Lin Xian did not care about these details. He slowly said, This medicinal pill is called the Purple Spirit Pill. It is not a normal medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation. Instead, it is a somewhat special medicinal pill. Oh, somewhat special? How so? Master Yen asked. Everyone pricked up their ears. This medicinal pill can allow a person to enter a very special state. I call it the ethereal state. In this state, a cultivator's perception of their martial spirit and realm will be extremely sharp. In other words, a cultivator can use this ethereal state to perfect their martial spirit. What? Perfect their martial spirit. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Exalt realm cultivators mainly cultivated their martial souls, and this martial soul was very mysterious. It could only be improved and perfected when they advanced in the Exalt realm. Yet now a single medicinal pill could allow a cultivator to have the opportunity to perfect their martial souls. How long can this ethereal state last? Master Yan's voice was trembling at this moment. He really did not expect that the purple medicinal pill in front of him would have such a miraculous effect. Not much. Only an incense stick's worth of time. Lin Xian said indifferently. What? An incense stick's worth of time. Hearing this, everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. An incense stick's worth of time was not considered much? Then how much time was considered much? Everyone's mouth twitched. One had to know that this was the ethereal state. It was something that could perfect one's martial spirit. Not to mention an incense stick's worth of time. Even 1 second was considered quite a lot. Master Yan and the other elders were also shocked. They never expected that this young man in front of them would take out such a precious item. Soon, the news spread everywhere, and even the important figures in the hall were alarmed. One had to know that although these big shots were strong, their martial spirits had flaws. It was just that it was not easy to detect. But now there was a medicinal pill that could allow them to discover the flaws in their martial spirits and perfect their martial spirits. This was definitely a fatal temptation to them. This was because when one's martial spirit was perfect, one's cultivation strength would increase. The two of them influenced each other. Even Ancestor Qi Yu was not spared. In the end, he and the other big shots walked out of the hall. Greetings, Ancestor. Seeing Ancestor Qi Yu walk out personally, the disciples of Red Moon City hurriedly knelt down. The surrounding cultivators also bowed down. Ancestor Qi Yu and the rest did not care about these details. They quickly walked to Lin Xian's side. Among these people, an old man in a dark green robe walked out. He had a strong and obscure aura around him. He quickly took the purple spirit pill and carefully inspected it. Master Mo, what do you think? Just then, Elder Yen asked softly. Master Mo. Hearing this name, everyone was shocked. One had to know that Elder Yen was already a grade 6 pill inscription master. To be called a master by him, one could imagine how noble his status was. They guessed that this old man in a dark green robe was most likely a grade 7 pill inscription master. Thinking of this, everyone's expression was shocked. They looked at the dark green figure with deep respect. A grade 7 pill inscription master was definitely terrifying. He was an existence that all the big forces respected. Master Mo carefully inspected it for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "That's right. It does have such an effect." Chapter 10:25. Even though they had lived for countless years, they still couldn't help but feel excited when they heard this. Master Mo, who was dressed in a dark green robe, looked at Lin Xian with shock in his heart. The youth in front of him was really too young. However, the latter's soul strength was abnormally strong, not much weaker than his own. This was the first time he had seen someone with such terrifying soul force at such a young age. Little friend Lin, do you still have this pill with you? Grandmaster Mo asked with hope. Lin Xian shook his head. This pill was concocted by chance. I only have this one. Hearing this, Master Mo sighed and handed the purple spirit pill to Ancestor Qi Yu. Old friend, your luck is really good. Grandmaster Mo sighed. The other major characters also looked at Ancestor Qi Yu with envy. Ancestor Qi Yu took the pill and revealed a satisfied smile. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Thank you for the pill. Senior is too polite, Lin Xian replied. Little friend Lin, why don't we come in and have a chat? I have some matters regarding alchemy that I wish to discuss with you. Grandmaster Emo smiled. The other major characters also threw out olive branches. There were even people who invited Lin Xian to be their guest alchemy elder. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were filled with envy. These were all major characters at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Being on good terms with them would definitely bring endless benefits in the future. Lin Xian also smiled and replied, "All right, I'm here as a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy. I have something to discuss with all of you." "Oh, a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy?" Ancestor Qi Yu and the other major characters were stunned. Originally, they only thought that Lin Xian was an alchemy grandmaster. They didn't expect him to be here as a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy. If this was true, then his identity was completely different. The Immortal Martial Academy was an extremely powerful force, not losing out to the existence of the King clans. Putting aside his cultivation base, just his identity as a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy was enough to be on the same level as these major characters. One had to know that this identity was different from Shen Yulong, who was a core disciple of a King clan. The latter was only participating in the competition as an individual. Therefore, although his identity was extraordinary, it was not enough to cause a commotion among Ancestor Qi Yu and the others, because he could not represent the Shin family. But Lin Xian was different. As the representative of the Immortal Martial Academy, his words might very well represent the will of the Immortal Martial Academy. This caused the Scarlet Moon Ancestor and the others to have no choice but to take him seriously. Thinking of this, Ancestor Qi Yu's expression turned serious. He said in a clear voice, "Sir Lin, please." Lin Xian entered the main hall at the invitation of all the important figures. Of course, Murong Qingqing was also traveling with him. Her status was even nobler than Ancestor Qi Yu's, so no one cared where she wanted to go. As for the remaining group of ancient martial art practitioners, they were completely stunned. Their minds went blank. They didn't dare to believe it. Am I dreaming? Wasn't he brought here by Murong Qingqing? How did he become the representative of the Immortal Martial Academy? Who is this kid? Why do I feel that he is so mysterious? The crowd discussed fervently, feeling extremely shocked. The disciples of Crimson Crescent City looked solemn and worried. One must know that their attitude towards Lin Xian wasn't exactly good. If Lin Xian were to say something to Old Master Red Crescent City, they would be in deep trouble. Shen Yulong, Lu Lai, and the rest also had gloomy expressions on their faces. Every status of Lin Xian caused them to be incomparably jealous. They had noble statuses and extraordinary talents. Usually, wherever they went, they would be surrounded by stars. But now they were actually inferior to someone else. Moreover, the other party was their enemy. This caused them to feel extremely unhappy in their hearts. There was even a trace of killing intent in their hearts. Outside, the ancient martial art practitioners were discussing fervently. Inside the main hall, the important figures were also shocked, because just a moment ago, Lin Xian had told them about the Immortal Martial Auction. He even formally invited them to participate in the first Immortal Martial Auction. The hearts of the Ancestor Qi Yu and the rest were filled with shock. They didn't expect this young man to have such courage, daring to establish a new Immortal Martial Auction in the territory of the Vientiane Auction. One must know that the Vientiane Auction was a subordinate force of young noble Ling Feng. By doing this, he was completely opposing young noble Ling Feng. But what made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian actually obtained the support of the Immortal Martial Academy. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked, because the Immortal Martial Academy had always been neutral. Although they had their own businesses, they didn't have any conflicts with other sovereigns. This time, they seemed to have violated this principle and directly stood on the opposite side of young noble Ling Feng. Young noble Ling Feng didn't only have his own power. Behind him stood the War God Palace. that was one of the top powers in the Continental Mountain. It wasn't any weaker than the Immortal Martial Academy. Were these two great powers going to fight for supremacy? Everyone's heart sank. It seemed like the Blood Realm was going to be chaotic. However, these people didn't reject the invitation to the auction. After all, they had to give face to the Immortal Martial Academy. Moreover, even if young noble Ling Feng was angry, he couldn't find fault with them. Hence, very quickly, the Scarlet Moon Ancestor and the others all agreed with a smile. Next, they chatted about something else. Grandmaster Mo and Lin Xian were discussing the Violet Spirit Pill. Naturally, other than the pill formula, Lin Xian also discussed the other matters with Grandmaster Mo. After all, Grandmaster Mo was a genuine 7th grade pill refiner. His experience and strength were also incomparably strong. It was a good opportunity for him to exchange some insights with Grandmaster Mo and verify what he had learned. As for Grandmaster Mo, the more they conversed, the more shocked he felt. Although this young man in front of him was young, his knowledge and attainments in the field of alchemy had far exceeded his imagination. There were even some theories that he had never heard of before. This caused him to be extremely shocked. He couldn't help but feel even more curious about Lin Xian. Lin Xian conversed with the various major characters for a long time before exiting with Morong Qingqing. Not long after he exited, the news of the Immortal Martial Academy's invitation spread out. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard that Lin Xian had already invited all the major characters in the Great Hall to participate. This was definitely a huge matter. Immortal Martial Auction. Just from the name, one could tell that the Immortal Martial Academy was behind it. For a period of time, the surrounding cultivators were all agitated. They were incomparably curious about the Immortal Martial Auction. There were even some who went up to ask Lin Xian about it. The Shen clan's disciples had gloomy expressions as they coldly snorted. As for the Lu clan's disciples, their expressions were somewhat malevolent. Especially Lu Lai, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The auction that Lin Xian established now was the original location of the Wanxiang Auction House. However, the Wanxiang Auction House was chased away by Lin Xian. The Wanxiang Auction House was a subordinate power of young noble Ling Feng. Their Lu clan was also one of the 8 great clans under young noble Ling Feng. Their interests were the same as young noble Ling Feng's. Hence, Lin Xian establishing the Immortal Martial Auction House was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. Chapter 10:26. When he saw all the forces surrounding Lin Xian, his lungs were about to explode from anger. One had to know that he was not only here for the birthday celebration, but also to make friends with the various forces and bring them under Sir Ling Feng's command. But now it seemed impossible. Seeing Lin Xian surrounded by the crowd, Lu Lai snorted. I advise some people to know their place. An auction is not something that can be built just because you want to. Let's not talk about other things. Can you guarantee the safety of the entire auction? If something goes wrong, I'm afraid you'll become a laughing stock. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and fell silent. From Lu Lai's tone, the smell of gunpowder was too strong. Moreover, they knew about the grudge between the two parties. Not long ago, the two had even fought. Now, because of the auction, Lu Lai had developed a strong enmity towards Lin Xian. You don't have to worry about whether I can protect it or not. At least, someone like you won't be able to cause any waves in the Immortal Martial Auction. Lin Xian said coldly, Whether I can cause any waves or not, you can try. Lu Lai snorted and stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Like a peerless beast, he quickly awakened. Seeing Lu Lai's ferocious look, Lin Xian's face darkened. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Lu Lai's continuous provocation had already entered Lin Xian's blacklist. If he did not teach him a lesson today, the Lu family would continue to jump around in front of him. You don't deserve to own the auction. That was originally the Wanxiang Auction's territory. It belongs to our Sir Ling Feng. I'll let you know that there are some things that you can't touch. Lu Lai's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You dare to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. Those who have tried to kill me are no longer around. I advise you to keep your tail between your legs. Don't forget that you were no match for me before. I was careless before and didn't use my full strength. If I had used my full strength, you would have died without a doubt. Lu Lai's voice was sonorous as he released spiritual energy from his body. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast, carrying a terrifying aura as he pressed down on Lin Xian. Sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. They no longer surrounded Lin Xian and quickly retreated. There was nothing they could do. Lu Lai's aura was too terrifying. Just his aura alone was unbearable. You want to fight? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly, leave Crimson Crescent City. Don't disturb other people's birthday banquet. It doesn't matter where you go. You won't be able to change the fact that you're going to die. Since you want to choose a suitable grave for yourself, you can go wherever you want. Lu Lai's words shocked everyone. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Then they were extremely excited. The two of them had fought before, and they were evenly matched. Lin Xian had the upper hand. Now, if the two of them were to fight with their lives on the line, they did not know what the result would be. At this moment, countless cultivators were excited. They were looking forward to this battle. At the same time, they were discussing softly and guessing the result. Lu Lai was extremely powerful. He had reached the 4th level of the Venerable Realm at such a young age. Moreover, he was a genius disciple of the Lu family. His strength was enough to compete with the core disciples of a sovereign family. Lin Xian was even more extraordinary. The short exchange between the two of them showed that Lin Xian's strength was at least at the 4th level of the Venerable Realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to compete with Lu Lai. Moreover, he had an even more dazzling identity. He was a grade 7 pill inscription master. This was an identity that everyone looked up to. Both of them were top young geniuses, so this battle would definitely be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. How can we miss such an exciting battle? At this moment, Shen Yulong also walked out with a cold smile. He and Lin Xian did not get along, so he naturally would not miss this opportunity. Beside him, a cruel smile also appeared on Lung Qingyin's face. Although Lin Xian could refine grade 7 pills, and although Lin Xian's talent was stronger than his, he would be nothing if he died. Thinking of this, his body could not help but tremble. He must kill Lin Xian in this battle. Be careful, Murong Qingqing reminded. He must be extraordinary to be able to compete with the core disciples of a sovereign family. Don't underestimate him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then his body flashed, and he rushed into the sky, flying out of Crimson Crescent City. Murong Qingqing carried the snow-white little monkey, and also flew into the sky. The dark red divine dragon also turned into a ray of light and followed behind. After Lin Xian made his move, Lu Lai let out a cold snort and quickly flew up. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also followed suit. They would not miss such an exciting battle. Everyone flew quickly and quickly followed Lin Xian. Soon they left Crimson Crescent City and arrived at a mountain. Swoosh! Lin Xian landed on a mountain peak. It was a mountain range with steep cliffs and lush trees. It was a primitive scene. On the mountain peak, terrifying winds whistled like blades. Lin Xian stood on the mountain peak with his black hair fluttering. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely fierce. The cultivators who came to watch the battle landed one after another and chose a suitable place to observe. Lu Lai stood in the void and looked down. In the sky, the wind whistled, but Lu Lai's clothes did not flutter. His entire body emitted light that covered the entire sky. Crimson red spiritual energy burned like a sun that shone in all directions. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear was extremely red, like a burning flame. With a light shake, a terrifying force destroyed a mountain peak below. Lu Lai held the fiery red long spear in his hand. His gaze was cold as it pierced through the void. His aura was too strong. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast that was unstoppable. On the mountain peak, Lin Xian stood proudly like an immortal. He was as sharp as a blade. Invisible auras gushed out crazily as the two's auras collided in the air. Bang! Bang! A deep sound rang out as terrifying cracks spread out in the air. They were as long as 1,000 meters. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. They realized that they were too close to the two and that terrifying killing intent was flying towards them. A mountain peak was directly split into two by the aura of the two people. On the other side, the endless forest collapsed and the trees turned into powder. This scene was too terrifying. The two of them had not even made a move, but they had already caused such a commotion. Fortunately, the two of them did not make a move in Crimson Crescent City. Otherwise, the entire Crimson Crescent City would be in trouble. Even Xin Yulong, Murong Qingshu, and the rest had grave expressions as they stared at the battlefield. In the next moment, Lu Lai made his move. Chapter 10:27 Raging Dragon Spear Technique. Lu Chang used the Lu family's ultimate technique, the Raging Dragon Spear technique. The fiery red spear emitted a blazing light that turned into countless spear lights that flew out quickly. Each spear light turned into a dragon that roared at the sky. The sound shook the surroundings. The entire sky was filled with the shadows of the dragons. The void trembled as if it couldn't bear it. Looking at this terrifying scene, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had seen the Raging Dragon Spear technique before. Lu Chang had used it in the demon-slaying world. But now, the power that Lu Lai used was several times stronger than Lu Chang's. This was no longer a spear light, but a real flood dragon. Its huge body carried a terrifying power as it surged forward. Countless mountains below were crushed into rubble. Lu Chang was indeed very powerful. He had the ability to look down on everyone. Lin Xian also roared and pulled out the lone star sword from his back. A sonorous sword sound was heard, like lightning streaking across the void. In the next moment, terrifying cracks spread rapidly in all directions. With a sweep of the sword light filled the sky. The sword aura surged and turned into a boundless sea of blood, emitting a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. Seeing Lin Xian attack, everyone was shocked and their mouths were wide open, because each sword aura was blood-red and terrifying. The monstrous, murderous aura emitted from it made everyone's heart tremble. Even their bodies were trembling. The blood-red sword aura was too terrifying. It could even affect the blood in their bodies. It was as if all the blood in their bodies was taken away and merged into the blood-red sword aura. The blood-red sword aura surged and could affect the blood in a person's body. This caused everyone to be extremely terrified. How could they fight? Before they could even make a move, all the blood in their bodies would be taken away. Countless blood-red sword aura surged. The terrifying sword light was extremely sharp, as if it could cut open the world. In the next moment, the blood-red sword light collided with the dragons in the sky, creating an earth-shattering roar. Endless flames surged and terrifying lightning struck in all directions. The entire world was destroyed. Lu Lai roared to the sky. Spiritual energy burned all over his body, making him look like a god. He mustered all of his strength and charged downwards at high speed. In addition, Lu Chang's entire being was incomparably ferocious, as if he was a demon god. Like a bloodthirsty demon king, he rushed down with thousands of flood dragon spearlights. Die, brat! Lu Lai's voice was like thunder as he stabbed down with his fiery red spear. The mountains shook and spiritual energy surged. The berserk spear light enveloped the entire mountain range. In the distance, everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw this. This Lu Lai was too strong. It was as if he wanted to blow up the entire world. He had made up his mind to kill in this battle. Apart from Shen Yu, Long Morong, and Rong Qingshu, no one else could withstand such a terrifying attack. It was so much so that a single strand of aura would be able to completely exterminate them. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He looked up at the sky with an extremely cold expression. The next moment, he swung his Lone Star sword again. Streaks of sword qi rushed into the clouds and slashed upwards. Every slash of the sword slashed a flood dragon into two halves. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword qi. The flood dragons split apart and turned into spiritual energy that dissipated in the sky. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again. Was Lu Lai going to be suppressed again? Lu Lai roared again, martial soul out. Following his roar, the spiritual energy behind him surged wildly. A fiery red light soared into the sky and tore it apart. It was as if a demon king had been reborn. It was a gigantic flood dragon. Its scales shone brightly, as if it was a real flood dragon. It was dazzling. This flood dragon was 100 feet long. Its huge body filled the sky. It waved its huge claws and easily tore the void apart. The flood dragon martial soul was Lu Lai's martial soul. After summoning his martial soul, Lu Erli's strength reached its peak. His strength rose again and reached a new peak. In the next moment, he waved the fiery red spear in his hand and launched a fierce attack. Behind him, the huge flood dragon martial soul surged. It moved quickly along with Lu Lai's movements and roared into the sky. The light on its body condensed and turned into rays of light that fell down. It was a terrifying scene. It could kill an ordinary fourth-rank honorable realm cultivator. However, Lin Xian stood in the sky like a peerless god of death. Blood-red, sword qi surrounded his body. With a wave of the Lone Star sword, surges of sword qi shot out in all directions, as if they were going to split the world apart. At this moment, Lin Xian unleashed the power of the great dragon sword soul to its maximum. At the same time, he waved his hand and an ice lotus quickly formed in front of him. Ice lotus martial soul. Facing the powerful Lu Lai, Lin Xian summoned his second martial soul. Icy cold energy surged and spread in all directions. Immediately, the trees in the 3 rivers below were frozen. A world of ice and snow was quickly formed. Not only that, even the rays of light in the sky were frozen and slowed down. Some of them even turned into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his arm and made all the attacks unable to get close. How terrifying! The cold energy was too shocking. It could even freeze the spear. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Xin Yulong frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful martial soul. It could even suppress Lu Lai. On the other side, although Murong Qingshu didn't say anything, his eyes flickered. It was obvious that the scene in front of him had shocked him. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, was like a fairy as a beautiful smile hung on the corner of her mouth. As for the other martial artists, they were all stunned. In the distance, Lu Lai stood in the sky. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were like sharp swords that pierced through the void. The spiritual energy in his body burned fiercely. I didn't expect you to have an ice spirit martial soul. You can actually resist my furious dragon spear art. However, do you think you can win like this? You're too naive. Lu Lai's voice was as cold as a sharp blade. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. I'll let you know that all your tricks are useless in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Lu Lai snorted coldly. He stood on the giant flood dragon with a long spear in his hand. He was like a war god with an abnormally cold expression. In the next moment, he flipped his palm. A large black bow appeared in his hand. It was a black bow that was like a full moon. It was incomparably black, and there were mysterious patterns on it, The large black bow was as heavy as Mount Tai. It released a black aura that caused the entire void to buzz and tremble. Not only that, but with its appearance there was an additional murderous intent that caused people's hearts to tremble. This murderous intent was too terrifying. It was like a divine sword that could destroy the heavens, causing people's hair to stand on end. For a moment, the entire world was filled with an austere aura. Feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Shen Yulong, Murong Qing Shu, and the others frowned, and their expressions became extremely grave. Could it be the Black Flood Dragon Bow? Chapter 1028. The Black Dragon Bow was a famous murderous weapon. Rumor had it that it was made from the tendons of a real dragon. Ever since the Black Dragon Bow was born, it had killed many powerful warriors. It was extremely ferocious. Isn't that young Master Ling Feng's weapon? I didn't expect him to give it to Lu Lai. Rumor has it that young Master Ling Feng used the Black Dragon Bow to kill a sixth heaven venerable. One can imagine how terrifying the Black Dragon Bow is. Now that Lu Lai is using it, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Many people were discussing. Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. She had naturally heard of the Black Dragon Bow's ferocious reputation. However, she still chose to believe in Lin Xian because even she couldn't fully understand Lin Xian's trump card. He should have a way to resist the Black Dragon Bow. It spun like a black bow, like a real dragon in the void. A terrifying bloody aura spread in all directions. The murderous aura formed a materialized light that swept across heaven and earth. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had opened and countless demons had come to the human world. Lu Lai held the Black Dragon Bow in his hand and became demonic. Then he flicked it gently. Buzz! Immediately, there was a buzzing sound in heaven and earth. The sound was very terrifying. It shook the void as if countless demons were roaring crazily. Kid, it's your fortune to be able to die under the Black Dragon Bow. Lu Lai's expression was cold like a god fiend. The Black Dragon Bow had once killed a sixth heavenly layer venerable realm expert. Killing Lin Xian would be a piece of cake for it. Lu Lai's black hair fluttered in the wind. He held the Black Dragon Bow tightly and placed his other hand on the bowstring. Terrifying spiritual energy surged and formed a fiery red arrow. In the next moment, the crimson arrow flew out quickly. A red arrow flew towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by the furious roar of a dragon. The arrow carried a terrifying murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. It was as if a dragon had appeared and roared in all directions. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. It carried a monstrous, murderous aura as it rampaged through the void. Wherever it passed, pitch-black vortexes appeared in the void. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. Some of the weaker ones were so frightened by the murderous aura that they fell to the ground. Even Shen Yulong, Murong Qing Shu, and the others had ugly expressions. That aura was still able to threaten them. As expected of the Black Flood Dragon Bow, it's really fierce. Murong Qingqing held the snow-white little fox in her arms and looked ahead seriously. The dark, red dragon god beside her was unusually excited. Kid, kill him and take that black bow. The moment the Black Dragon Bow appeared, the dark, red divine dragon had taken a liking to it. According to his many years of experience, this Black Flood Dragon Bow was definitely not simple. It was very likely that it was a half-Earth step artifact. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Lai to possess such a powerful weapon. Its aura was no weaker than his Lone Star sword. Facing that terrifying arrow, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He held the Lone Star sword tightly and pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his might. Then he swept it upwards. Sword chi crisscrossed as the divine sword appeared in the sky. This sword heavily slashed on the blood-colored arrow, creating a sky-shaking sound. The terrifying sound wave directly shattered over 10 mountains nearby. In the end, that blood-colored arrow that was filled with killing intent was deflected by Lin Xian's sword. What? He actually deflected the arrow from the black flood dragon bow. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That was the black flood dragon bow, the weapon that young Master Ling Feng once used. It was a powerful weapon that killed a 6th-level venerable. Now this weapon was given to Lu Lai. Although Lu Lai's strength was not as strong as young Master Ling Feng, using this weapon to kill a martial artist of the same level should not be a problem. But now, Lin Xian deflected the arrow from the black flood dragon bow with a single sword. It was too shocking. Seeing this scene, Lu Lai snorted in disdain. He held the black flood dragon bow in his hand and stood in the void. He looked down like a demon god. Don't be complacent. That arrow was just casually shot out. I did not use much strength. Now, I will let you see the true power of the black flood dragon bow. Lu Lai's voice was cold as if he was the god of death. What? A casual attack? Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled violently. This is too terrifying. A casual attack is already so terrifying. If he were to use his full strength, how terrifying would it be? No one dared to imagine. In the next moment, Lu Lai drew the black flood dragon bow again in front of countless horrified eyes. Suddenly, an arrow that was filled with killing intent flew out. It was as if a flood dragon had been born. A terrifying aura swept across the void and instantly tore the entire void apart. A black crack appeared in the void. The entire void seemed to have been torn into two. The ground and mountains below were also split open. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was destroyed by the terrifying killing intent. This arrow was as if a peerless demon had been born. Lin Xian let out a long roar and activated the great dragon, Sword Soul, to the extreme. He waved the Lone Star sword and slashed continuously. Sword Chi flew out and slashed the terrifying demonic dragon's body. Clanging sounds rang out and countless sparks flew out. It was as if a comet had hit the ground. This weapon was too terrifying. It was stained with the blood of an expert and had a demonic nature. Now that it was activated by Lu Lai, it was even more powerful to the extreme. Murong Qingshu's expression was grave. The terrifying killing intent shocked him. The terrifying arrow whistled through the air with a monstrous killing intent. It was like a long rainbow that instantly attacked below. If it were other honorable realm experts, they would not even need to fight back. The killing intent that was emitted would be enough to crush them. Moreover, what made people's scalps go numb was that after shooting this arrow, Lu Lai did not stop. Instead, he waved his arm again and shot out another 5 arrows. 5 arrows that were filled with killing intent flew across the void and quickly flew towards Lin Xian. This time, Lu Lai had the intention to kill. He must kill Lin Xian and nail him to the ground. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He quickly activated the Ice Martial Soul and merged it with the Lone Star sword. In the next moment, a monstrous chill was emitted. Countless snowstorms surrounded him, and he was like the divine king of ice and snow. Holding the Lone Star sword, he quickly rushed forward. Taking the initiative to attack? He is too bold. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled violently. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would definitely use their extreme speed to dodge. However, Lin Xian took the initiative to meet the attack. Could it be that he is not afraid of the terrifying killing intent? In fact, the crowd did not know that Lin Xian was not afraid of the peerless killing intent. One had to know that he had the Blood Sword King's inheritance and cultivated the Tao of Slaughter. Therefore, although the Black Dragon Bow's killing intent was strong, it did not affect him. Moreover, Lin Xian did not plan to hold back this time. He had to take the initiative to attack and kill his opponent. The moment he rushed into the sky, the Red Lotus battle armor quickly formed and wrapped around his body. The monstrous killing intent and monstrous chi waves were all blocked outside his body. Chapter 10:29. Lin Xian swung the lone star sword continuously. Every sword chi was thicker than a mountain. It was as if they were the swords of a god. They heavily slashed at the 5 dragon arrows. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred in the void. Endless light flickered and waves of air rolled, annihilating the sky. It was not over yet. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the extreme. He quickly shuttled through the void and rushed towards Lulai. Although the black dragon bow was fierce and powerful, it was also a long-range weapon. It would not be of much use in close combat, so Lin Xian chose to fight in close combat. Moreover, he had the red lotus armor to protect his body. He was not afraid of close combat at all. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Lulai like a ghost. He quickly swung the Lone Star sword in his hand, forming a mysterious sword chi that slashed forward. "You're courting death." Lulai was furious. He did not expect his opponent to dare to fight in close combat. Moreover, he was able to arrive in front of him so quickly. This shocked him. In the next moment, he held the black dragon bow and used it as a long saber, sweeping it out. The black dragon bow was made from a real dragon. It was extremely hard and had already entered the ranks of Earth-rank treasures. Therefore, even if it was used as a long saber, the power would be unimaginable. A sonorous sound rang out. The entire void trembled. The ground below was even cracked into countless pieces because of the sound waves. The two of them fought in close combat. It was very intense. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty. The two of them fought all the way. Wherever they went, mountains and rivers would collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The spectators in the distance were shocked. This level of battle was too exciting. Every move was extremely terrifying. If they went up, they would probably be turned into a bloody mist in an instant. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves. It was earth-shattering. On the other hand, Lulai was extremely furious. His expression was ferocious because every time they collided, he had to expend a lot of mental energy to block the energy waves. However, his opponent was different. The red armor on Lin Xian's body blocked all the energy waves, making him very fierce. He would not be injured at all. In this tense situation, Lin Xian fought more and more fiercely. Gradually, he showed signs of suppressing Lulai. This was unbearable. "Get lost!" Lulai roared. His black hair danced in the wind as if he had gone mad. He quickly put away the black dragon bow. With a roar, the spirit energy in his body surged. The huge shadow of the black dragon quickly swam behind him and attached itself to his arm, completely merging with his right hand. The current situation was no longer suitable for him to use the black dragon bow, so Lulai did not hesitate. After fusing with the Jiao dragon martial soul, his right hand became extremely strange. The scales on it shone as if a Jiao dragon was circling around it. When the fist struck out, a dragon's head condensed into a gauntlet that wrapped around the entire fist. Then Lulai punched out. The fist wind surged like a flood dragon attacking, instantly shattering the void. The terrifying fist force spread out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble. Flood dragon arm. This was one of Lulai's killing moves. It allowed his martial soul to fuse with his arm, producing a powerful attack that could even kill a 5th-layer Venerable Realm cultivator. Lulai's arm was like a demon. It was like a coiled dragon. His entire arm had a cold metallic glow. Above the fist, there was a dragon head roaring ferociously. Its cold eyes opened, carrying a ruthless and powerful aura, causing people's hearts to tremble. Boom! The fist completely enveloped Lin Xian and sent him flying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the red lotus armor to protect his body, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the terrifying force still caused his blood to boil. It was undeniable that Lulai was indeed a powerful opponent. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He snorted coldly and quickly attacked. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and released streaks of true dragon sword chi. They slashed upwards and collided with the Jiao Dragon Fist. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. What? He can actually resist the Jiao Dragon Wall. The surrounding people were shocked. Lu Lai was even more shocked. This was already his most powerful killing move, but it still could not do anything to his opponent. He could not accept this. At the thought of this, he gritted his teeth. Spiritual energy gathered in his head, forming a huge vortex that quickly surged into his entire arm. Then, the spiritual energy quickly burned and turned into a powerful energy. Dragon dances in the 9 heavens. Lu Lai roared into the sky and swung his fist with all his might. 9 Jiao dragon shadows quickly surged out from his fist and circled around ferociously. Kid, go to hell! Lu Lai's ferocious laughter resounded in the sky along with the 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows. The 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows were too terrifying. They sealed the entire void, and the boundless spiritual energy seemed to want to refine Lin Xian alive. Feeling the aura, the crowd was terrified and quickly retreated. Even Murong Qingqing frowned and was extremely nervous. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and said fiercely, "Kid, use your trump card and kill him." Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. The 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows above him were too terrifying. It made him shudder with fear. If he was hit by the 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured even with the Red Lotus armor. This was not the result he wanted. In the next moment, he flipped his palm and a bright red boxing glove covered his fist. On top of it, a red lotus bloomed enchantingly. As soon as the glove appeared, it emitted a dazzling light and rushed into the sky like a rainbow. Even the pressure formed by the 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows was scattered by the light. Red lotus sky splitting. Lin Xian swung his fist and directly punched out. The light flickered and a huge red fist shadow quickly flew toward the 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows. In the fist shadow, there seemed to be a red lotus swaying slightly and emitting a terrifying aura. What kind of boxing technique is this? It's too terrifying. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts almost jumped out. Their mouths were dry, and they couldn't believe it. Xin Yulong and Murong Qingshu were also shocked at this moment because they could clearly feel the aura of the red lotus boxing glove. It wasn't any weaker than the Lone Star sword. What kind of treasure was that? Was it also a half-earth rank treasure? The two of them were shocked. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the red lotus boxing glove was vast and mighty. It fiercely collided with the Jiao dragon fist shadows and emitted an earth-shattering sound. Immediately, the entire void exploded. The 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows were torn apart like cloth. What? This is impossible. Lu Lai screamed. He was stunned and his mind was blank. That was his ultimate technique, but it was easily torn apart by someone in an instant. How was this possible? One had to know that this move was extremely terrifying. It had fused with the power of a martial soul. Even an ordinary 5th-level martial saint would have to use his full strength to block it. However, Lin Xian was in the same realm as him. How could he break his attack so easily? He couldn't believe it. However, while he was in a daze, the huge red lotus boxing glove had already broken through the defense of the 9 Jiao dragon fist shadows and rushed toward him. Chapter 1030. The terrifying red lotus fist rushed forward and drowned Lu Lai in an instant. It was a terrifying scene. The entire sky was shrouded in red light, like a fiery sunset. Lu Lai's entire body was drowned in the endless red light. Below, everyone was watching anxiously. At this moment, a scream sounded in the sky. Then, a figure flew out like a shadow. Accompanying the figure was countless flowers of blood splattered in the sky. What? He's injured. When the crowd saw the scene, they all exclaimed. They naturally knew who the figure that flew backwards was, because only Lu Lai was drowned in the red light, and Lin Xian was standing on the other side like a god of death. The one who flew out was naturally Lu Lai. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and most of the bones in his body were shattered. That punch was too terrifying. He couldn't resist it at all. Fortunately, he used his mutated flood dragon arm to block in front of him at the critical moment and resisted most of the force. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a serious injury. That punch would have turned him into a bloody mist. Rumble. After smashing through more than 10 mountains, Lu Lai's body crashed heavily into the ground. Immediately, the entire ground trembled and a terrifying, deep pit quickly formed. Seeing the scene, everyone's mouths were wide open and their minds went blank. Shen Yulong frowned, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Obviously, this scene was beyond his expectations. Beside him, the cold 6th-grade alchemist's face was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying combat strength apart from his extraordinary talent in alchemy. This made him extremely jealous. In the distance, Murong Qingcheng let out a sigh of relief. She had a beautiful smile on her face, and her jade-like hands kept rubbing the snow-white little monkey in her arms. The ground below cracked, and countless cracks spread out for thousands of miles, splitting the entire ground into several pieces. Not far away, the mountain peak collapsed, forming countless huge rocks that littered the ground, forming a ruin. Ah! At this moment, an abnormally angry roar sounded from the ruins. It was like the howl of a demon and was extremely terrifying. Then a terrifying force surged out and blasted all the huge rocks away. Lu Lai's figure appeared. He struggled to get up from the ground. His body was swaying and he was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. However, his eyes were abnormally cold. It was terrifyingly cold, like a cold blade that made people's hearts tremble. More than half of his chest had caved in, and the ribs in his chest were all shattered. However, it was as if he didn't feel anything. He ignored the injuries all over his body and raised his head, staring coldly into the void. "Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you." This voice was incomparably malevolent, as if a demon had crawled out of the void, causing people who heard it to feel their hair stand on end. Lin Xian coldly snorted, "You're already injured like this. How are you going to kill me? How laughable! You will soon know how to kill you." Lu Lai's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with madness. Then he rubbed his storage ring and quickly took out a pill. This pill was personally given to me by young noble Ling Feng. It was supposed to be used to save my life, but I didn't expect to use it here. Brat, you made me waste a peerless pill for no reason. Later, I'll torture you to death and let you taste all the torture in the world. Lu Lai's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with reluctance. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and quickly swallowed the pill. Then his body emitted cracking sounds. The broken bones quickly healed, and the injuries all over his body were quickly healed. Soon, Lu Lai was as good as new. What pill is this? It's so heaven-defying. He recovered from such serious injuries in an instant. Gosh, Lu Lai is too terrifying. He actually has such a powerful technique. The crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as his expression darkened. He was well aware of the injuries caused by the previous punch. It was definitely a serious injury. Even a level 5 honorable realm cultivator wouldn't be able to recover in such a short time. However, a single pill had changed the entire situation. It allowed the heavily injured Lu Lai to recover to his original state. Even the spiritual energy he had consumed was replenished. This made Lin Xian extremely surprised. He was an alchemist and had received the inheritance of the Pill Feather King. It could be said that his knowledge of alchemy was extraordinary. Therefore, he knew how terrifying this pill was. To be able to achieve such an effect, it was at least a 7th grade pill. It might even be an 8th grade pill. He really didn't expect Lu Lai to have such a top grade pill. Shen Yulong, Morong Qing Shu, and the others were also extremely shocked. Undying gold pill. He actually has the undying gold pill. Morong Qing Shu was extremely shocked. How did this guy do it? First, he had the 10,000 flood dragon Bao used by young noble Ling Feng. Now he even took out the undying gold pill. He's only a genius of the Lu family. How could he have so many treasures? Morong Qing Shu was too shocked because the undying gold pill was a treasure that only young noble Ling Feng had. Just from the name, one could know that as long as a martial artist didn't die, they could immediately recover after taking one. This was definitely a heaven-defying pill. This kind of thing was usually bestowed by young noble Ling Feng to his ministers. Lu Lai was so young. How could he have gotten such a thing? On the side, Shen Yulong's face was also gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "According to the information I got from the family, it seems that young noble Ling Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Lai's sister. That's why the Lu family's status rose, and Lu Lai could have such a treasure. Lu Lai's sister, no wonder. To be able to become young noble Ling Feng's woman, her family would definitely receive great benefits. This could also explain why Lu Lai had so many treasures in his hands. After the surrounding people heard this, they were envious. They wished that everyone could have a beautiful sister and be fancied by young noble Ling Feng. Then they could also soar into the sky. In the distance, Murong Qingqing frowned again. This scene made her worried again. As for the dark red divine dragon, his mouth was wide open from ear to ear, drooling nonstop. Damn! Undying gold pill. It's actually the undying gold pill. Wasn't that pill recipe lost? I didn't expect it to appear here. This is a good thing. He kept shaking his head, seeming abnormally excited. Below, Lu Lai's body returned to normal. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile. Kid, I will let you know what regret is. Not good. I'm afraid he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Hearing Lu Lai's words, Murong Qingqing was also shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned because he realized that the other party was not boasting. He could clearly sense that Lu Lai's aura suddenly became stronger, far stronger than before. 9 Revolution Netherworld Mantra. Lu Lai shouted angrily. His expression was abnormally cold. His black hair fluttered as if he was a demon that walked out from hell. His entire person was incomparably demonic. Chapter 1031. 9 Turns Nether Mantra. Lu Lai roared as his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon from hell, becoming abnormally demonic. A strange and terrifying energy burst out from his body and swept through heaven and earth. Feeling this aura, the surrounding people's faces changed, especially Shen Yulong, who immediately screamed. 9 turns Nether Mantra. How is this possible? He actually knows the 9 turns Nether Mantra. Brother Yulong, what exactly is this 9 turns Nether Mantra? Shan Yaotian and the rest asked in a trembling voice. This is also young Masterling Feng's cultivation technique. It's a powerful earth-grade martial art. I didn't expect young Masterling Feng to pass this down to Lu Lai. He was too shocked. One had to know that the 9 turns Nether Mantra was a true earth-grade martial art. Its power and value were immeasurable. Earth-grade martial art. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned as they looked at the sky in shock. Earth-grade martial arts were the top martial arts in the continent, something that every martial artist dreamed of obtaining. They didn't expect Lu Lai's final trump card to be an earth-grade martial art. Lin Xian was probably in danger. The power of an earth-grade martial art was mysterious and unfathomable. It was absolutely terrifying. Indeed, with Lu Lai's strength, even an ordinary 5th heaven supremacy would find it difficult to contend with an earth-grade martial art. Lin Xian might have the Lone Star Sword, but his opponent's Black Dragon Bao wasn't to be trifled with either. With this comparison, Lin Xian was definitely at a disadvantage. Unless Lin Xian also had an Earth-grade martial art. But did Lin Xian really have an Earth-grade martial art? No one knew what was going on. Everyone was looking ahead, nervously. This battle was really too exciting. Every time both sides used their trump cards, it was beyond their expectations, causing them to be extremely shocked. Among those of the same level, even those of the older generation wouldn't be able to do so. Lin Xian felt this aura and his expression turned solemn. What a terrifying aura. This was an Earth-grade martial art. His voice was extremely solemn. Obviously, this aura made him feel a great pressure. 9 turns Nether Mantra. First move. Lu Lai's voice was terrifying and extremely powerful. Countless rays of light shot out from his body, dazzling beyond compare. At this moment, his Flood Dragon martial art also separated from his right arm and circled around his body, completely fusing with him, making him look like a war god. Boom! Along with his voice, a terrifying aura quickly gushed out from his palm. In an instant, a large mountain near him was razed to the ground. The terrifying aura didn't stop and continued to surge forward. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt the threat of death looming over him. His body swayed as he executed the illusory demon steps and quickly retreated. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the Lone Star Sword. The great dragon sword soul circulated rapidly within his body, and a sharp sword soul aura erupted from his body. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying crater appeared where Lin Xian had been standing. It was incomparably huge, as if it was connected to hell. This was simply too terrifying. If Lin Xian had been a step later, even with the Red Lotus battle armor, he would not have been able to withstand that terrifying power. The power of the 9 turns Nether Mantra did not dissipate. Instead, it surged once again and flew towards Lin Xian, determined to blast him into dust. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not hesitate any longer. He quickly took a deep breath and waved the Lone Star Sword. Streaks of mysterious trajectories were drawn in the air. Lin Xian quickly swung his sword and scattered them in front of him. Rumble! The sky seemed to have been cut open as a huge sword shadow formed above. In the end, with an incomparably violent and supreme stance, it ruthlessly slashed down on the huge light beam. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless huge mountains were razed to the ground, and the rivers flowed backward, forming endless waves of air. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled violently. They all exclaimed, "He blocked it! How is this possible?" The 9 turns Nether Mantra was blocked. They were all stunned. They did not expect such a violent attack to be blocked by Lin Xian. No one dared to imagine. That was an Earth-rank martial art, the top cultivation technique on the continent. There was no choice. Earth-rank martial arts were too famous. Every martial artist knew the terror of an Earth-rank martial art. It could be said that whoever had an Earth-rank martial art could soar to the sky. Killing people above one's level was nothing difficult. But now Lin Xian actually blocked the terrifying Earth-rank martial art. This made everyone's heads explode. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. Lu Lai's pupils constricted as he stared at Lin Xian with a pair of cold eyes. He did not expect that even an Earth-rank martial art like the 9 turns Nether Mantra could not kill Lin Xian. This made him unable to believe it. "Kid, I have to admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But today you will definitely die, because that was only the first move of the 9 turns Nether Mantra. Next, let's see how many moves you can resist." At the end of his speech, Lu Lai's entire body was incomparably malevolent. The nether chi on his body overflowed into the sky. His entire person was like a peerless demon, terrifying and terrifying. In the distance, when everyone heard this, they were incomparably shocked. Just the first move was terrifying to such an extent. Then wouldn't the following moves be heaven-defying? At the same time, they were also extremely shocked by Lin Xian. To be able to block such a terrifying move, it was truly beyond their expectations. That sword technique just now was very terrifying. I guess it is very likely to be an earth-rank martial art. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block the 9 turns nether mantra. Morong Qingshu said in a deep voice. Everyone was incomparably excited. This battle was too exciting. At this moment, Lu Lai, who was at the front, shouted again, 9 turns nether mantra, second move. As he waved his hand, a pitch-black light gushed out from his palm. It carried a monstrous cold aura as if the gates of hell had opened. Boom! Demonic clouds billowed into the sky as black gas enveloped the area. The scene in front suddenly changed as if it had become a hellish scene, causing one's scalp to go numb. Then the pitch-black demonic fog quickly surged and gradually formed a black figure. It was a human figure. It was incomparably black, like black jade. On his head, there was a pair of devil horns and a pair of huge black wings on his back. He held a crescent-shaped sickle in his hand and emitted a cold and deathly aura from his body. This human figure stood quietly in the void, emitting a monstrous killing intent as if he had walked out from hell. This was the power of the second move of the 9 turns nether mantra, forming a nether emissary. Although it was just a mass of energy, it was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a true supremacy. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the nether emissary moved. He took a step forward, and pitch-black, demonic patterns rose from his feet. Like a wave, it quickly spread out in all directions. The void shattered, the mountain below collapsed, and the ground sank. A violent force quickly swept through the world. Chapter 1032. The Netherworld Messenger's cold eyes were like 2 sharp swords that pierced through the void as he stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, he quickly waved the crescent scythe in his hand and slashed down. A monstrous killing intent erupted like a flood and swept out in all directions. A pitch-black light surged like the Nether River and quickly slashed down in the void. It was as if it could split the mountains and rivers and destroy the heavens. The pitch-black energy whistled like a raging wave and formed an irresistible aura. It surged forward as if it wanted to swallow Lin Xian whole. This scene was too terrifying, causing everyone in the surroundings to cry out in alarm. Murong Qingqing's beautiful face was also extremely solemn. She had even mobilized the spiritual energy in her body and was prepared to make a move at the critical moment. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps and continuously retreated. At the same time, the red lotus armor on his body released a demonic light. A red lotus appeared and swayed continuously, forming a force that blocked the incoming energy. At the same time, he coldly snorted. "Want to kill me? Not so easy." At the very least, this bit of strength was not enough. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he quickly waved the Lone Star sword in his hand. Gale, lightning sword, dual sword star annihilation. In the sky, 2 huge sword shadows formed and quickly fell down like heavenly swords. This sword directly cut the entire sky into pieces. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. The huge firmament sword shadow seemed to be able to destroy the stars in the sky. The thick sword aura directly cut the ground in half. Lin Xian waved his sword and controlled the firmament sword shadow to collide with the black crescent scythe. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. Endless light burst forth like a rain of light and scattered in all directions. The entire void was in a state of chaos, and countless shocking cracks were spreading out. Even Xin Yulong and the others' pupils shrank as they were shocked. In this situation, even if they went up, they would be helpless. This was because this was already the most powerful battle strength in the same realm. The 2 energies were too terrifying. Any 4th Heaven Venerables would instantly turn into ashes if they went up against them. Even 5th Heaven Venerables would not be able to hold on for long. These two people can be called monsters. Murong Qingshu also said in a deep voice. In front of him, Lin Xian had a cold expression and a sharp aura. He had used the second move of the Gale Lightning Sword technique to block his opponent's attack. At the same time, he did not stop moving. The long sword in his hand swung rapidly, forming the third move of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. The azure blue sword moved quickly in the air, forming a very mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky changed, and another giant sword shadow quickly formed. The moment the third firmament sword shadow was formed, it brought with it an earth-shattering aura as it danced swiftly in the void. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if even gods and devils had to retreat. Gale, lightning sword. 3 swords frighten ghosts and gods. At this moment, Lin Xian also let out a ferocious roar as his arm abruptly descended. "You're courting death." Lu Lai was enraged. Originally, he thought that by taking out the 9 revolutions, Nether Mantra, he would be able to easily kill his opponent. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would be the same as him, possessing an earth rank martial art. Therefore, the two of them were once again in a stalemate, and now his opponent actually dared to take the initiative to attack. This made him furious. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lai's expression was ice-cold, and his eyes emitted a fierce light. 9 revolutions, Nether Mantra, third move. Following his furious roar, the pitch-black Nether Radiant Emissary in front of him became even more terrifying. On the giant evil demon wings, mysterious patterns began to form, filled with a terrifying aura of death. He was like the Grim Reaper, walking on the ground. Every step he took cracked the void. The death scythe in his hand danced rapidly. Countless black rays surged, turning into boundless demonic aura that devoured everything in front of him. This was the aura of the Netherworld. It could take away all life and was extremely terrifying. Everyone in the distance felt their hearts tremble. It was as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed their throats, making them unable to breathe. Even Shen Yulong's face was covered in sweat. Lin Xian was also under great pressure. The surging black fog formed a giant nether beast in the void. It roared at the sky as if it was going to devour him. Fortunately, he had the red lotus armor, which could withstand most of the pressure. Even so, he still felt the blood in his body churning and his bones cracking. One could imagine how terrifying his opponent was. However, his strength was also extremely powerful. With a serious expression, he quickly swung the Lone Star sword in his hand. The third firmament giant sword carried an aura that could destroy gods and demons as it quickly descended. The giant sword and the giant beast clashed in the air. The momentum was terrifying, and the entire sky was drowned out. At this moment, Lu Lai's lips curled into a cruel smile. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even stronger. "Die, brat!" Following his words, the pitch-black Nether Radiant Emissary suddenly moved. The giant evil demon wings flapped, and he disappeared on the spot in an instant. What? So fast? Shen Yulong was shocked, and his pupils shrank. He did not even see his opponent's movements. "Lin Xian, be careful!" In the distance, Murong Qingqing also shouted a warning. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he activated the Red Lotus armor to the maximum. However, in the next moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. The Nether Radiant Emissary was like the Grim Reaper. He came to Lin Xian's side and took away the boundless Nether aura. He raised the death scythe in his hand and slashed it down at Lin Xian. Seeing this, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Murong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She did not expect the black shadow to be so fast. It was too late for her to make a move now. She could only place her hopes on Lin Xian. The Nether Radiant Emissary in front of them waved the giant death scythe and shot out a pitch-black ray of light. A ball of black light like a demonic light, devoured everything. It brought with it the terrifying power of death and slashed down violently. Boom! A shocking sound rang out. The void trembled, and a huge black hole was formed. It expanded rapidly and occupied half the sky. Countless rays of light were devoured by the black hole. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was covered by the black hole. What? He was hit directly. It's over. It's over. Lin Xian will definitely not be able to block this move. That is a true Earth rank martial art. This Lu Lai is too powerful. He actually has so many treasures in his hands. Countless people exclaimed. Shen Yulong and the cold alchemist Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with excitement. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he had no chance of survival after being hit directly by the Nether Radiant emissary. The gloomy alchemist revealed a sinister smile. No matter how talented Lin Xian was, he was still going to die in the end. His heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. In the sky, Lu Lai laughed wildly. His terrifying voice shook the mountains and rivers. Lin Xian. Murong Qingchen looked at the scene, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. That beautiful face of hers was filled with endless pain. Then, her whole body started to shake slightly, and a trace of intense killing intent appeared in her eyes. A terrifying purple aura gushed out from her body. It was as if the purple aura came from the east and enveloped her entire body. Chapter 1033. Murong Qingqing had a murderous look on her face as she was surrounded by a boundless purple aura. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared coldly at the sky above the building. In the next moment, her body swayed, and she shot up into the sky like a bolt of purple lightning. "Little girl Murong, don't be rash." The dark, red divine dragon shouted, but it was too late. In an instant, Murong Qingqing was in the sky. She waved her jade-like hand and slammed it towards Lu Lai. The void trembled as a large purple palm condensed. It was like the palm of a demon god as it slammed down from the sky. This change was very sudden, and everyone was stunned. Lu Lai's laughter suddenly stopped. He looked up, and his pupils shrank. At the same time, he snorted and continued to use the 9 turns Netherworld mantra to control the Netherworld messenger to attack the large purple palm. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the two collided. The entire void collapsed quickly. Lu Lai took 3 steps back. He was shocked, and his heart was beating wildly. This palm was too terrifying, and it was beyond his expectations. Fortunately, he had the 9 turns Nether mantra, so he was able to block the attack. However, he was extremely vigilant. His eyes were like lightning as he stared coldly ahead. This collision also caused Murong Qingqing to stop. She was like a peerless fairy as she floated in the void. Her body emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. Seeing that it was Murong Qingqing who attacked, Lu Lai's face darkened. He asked in a deep voice, "Fairy Murong, what do you mean?" "If he dies, you will be buried with him." Murong Qingqing's voice was cold, but her meaning was obvious. She wanted to avenge Lin Xian. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. However, Murong Qingshu's face changed drastically. His body swayed, and he also appeared in the sky. He quickly said to Murong Qingqing, "Qingqing, Brother Lu is our Murong family's distinguished guest." Moreover, this battle was originally proposed by Lin Xian. Now that his strength is inferior... Before Murong Qingshu could finish speaking, Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. Her entire body was extremely cold. "You dare to stop my decision?" His voice was filled with dominance. "You misunderstood. That's not what I meant." Hearing those words, Murong Qingshu quickly shook his head. His complexion became extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Even though he was the young master of Crimson Crescent City, Crimson Crescent City was only a branch of the Murong family. The young woman before him was the true princess of the Murong family. That status was something that even their old ancestor could not compare to, let alone him. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, he did not dare to refute Morong Chingching's words. Morong Chingching, I respect you as the little princess of the Morong family, and I don't want to fight with you. But don't go too far. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lu Lai's voice was cold. He could not afford to be weak in this situation. If Morong Chingching made a move, he would not be the only one to suffer. All the disciples of the Lu family would suffer. On the other hand, Morong Chingching did not care about anything. She shouted, I've said it before, if I kill him, you'll be buried with him. Following her words, the mass of purple gas became more and more dense. It was like a mass of purple fog that enveloped Morong Chingching's delicate body. Then a terrifying power was emitted from within her body. On the other hand, Lu Lai's expression was ferocious. He summoned the netherworld messenger back to his side. His entire being was like a peerless demon, incomparably arrogant. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a light cough was suddenly heard from within the violent energy. Hearing this voice, Morong Chingching's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face revealed a joyful expression. Lin Xian, he's fine. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure flashed and appeared beside Morong Chingching in an instant. Lin Xian. Seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian was still alive. What? That's impossible. Lu Lai screamed. His eyes were filled with shock. He could not help but be shocked. That attack just now was a killing move of the Nine, Turn's netherworld technique. Even a fifth heaven's supremacy would fall if he came. But now Lin Xian was actually still alive. This was just too shocking. On the side, Morong Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want to see Morong Chingching and Lu Lai fight. You're injured. Seeing Lin Xian covered in blood, Morong Chingching said with heartache, I've made you worry. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian had blood on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were abnormally bright. All right. Morong Chingching nodded. She turned around and floated down. Since Lin Xian was still alive, she would not attack again. After all, this was a battle between men. After Morong Chingcheng left, Morong Qingshu also quickly left. Only Lin Xian and Lu Lai were left in the sky. Humph, you're really lucky. You're still alive? Lu Lai's voice was ferocious. It's not that easy to take my life, Lin Xian said coldly. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus armor to protect him. Otherwise, that attack would have taken his life. You're the first person to injure me so badly, so you have to pay the price. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword tightly and looked straight ahead. Humph, you're fine because you're lucky. Let's see if you can survive this time. Lu Lai's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body surged. The demonic clouds behind him tumbled, and he became terrifying and violent again. The netherworld messenger beside him flapped his demon wings. Like a black lightning bolt, he quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Last time, this was the move that seriously injured Lin Xian. So, when everyone saw this move again, they were nervous and paid close attention. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand again. Gale Lightning Sword, Fourth Sword, Earthquake Sky. This time, Lin Xian directly used the fourth sword of the Gale Lightning Sword. Moreover, he held the huge firmament sword shadow in his hand and swept it out. With a swing of the sword, the sky and earth lost their color. The sword shadow released a blinding light that was even more dazzling than the sun. It quickly slashed through the void. Rumble! The entire sky shattered as if someone had flipped it over. The terrifying sword radiance destroyed everything. The netherworld messenger had nowhere to hide and was instantly enveloped by the sword. The entire sky was bright as if countless suns were shining at the same time. The crowd couldn't help but scream. They covered their eyes and frantically retreated. The radiance was too sharp. It was like thousands of sword radiances were scattered in all directions. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. When the radiance in the sky disappeared, the crowd only dared to open their eyes. They then quickly looked toward the sky. They happened to see the last scene. The netherworld messenger with the demon horns on his head and the black demon wings on his back quickly disintegrated. He turned into black gas and scattered in the sky. Lu Lai was also hit by the terrifying sword radiance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Chapter 1034. Ah! Lu Lai screamed crazily. He couldn't believe that his opponent could still injure him when he used the third move of the 9 turns nether mantra. This was completely out of his expectations. The disciples of the Lu family below saw this scene and screamed in agony. Everyone's face was filled with horror. Lin Xian was too powerful, so powerful that they were terrified. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Lin Xian moved quickly and rushed forward. After severely injuring Lu Lai with one strike, Lin Xian moved his body and transformed into a beam of sword aura, quickly dashing forward. Lin Xian wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to take his life while he was down. Lu Lai kept retreating, his tall body covered in blood. He roared at the sky, and his black hair danced wildly. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. Shocking, it was too shocking. He didn't expect that he would still be seriously injured after using his last trump card. When he saw Lin Xian rushing over, his pupils shrank. He twisted his body and used the 9 turns nether mantra to stop himself. At the same time, the nether chi behind him surged and formed a pair of black demonic wings that carried him quickly. Lin Xian let out a long roar and formed a pair of thunderstorm wings behind him. Strange runes flowed on them, and the wings flapped, increasing his speed to the extreme. The combination of the thunderstorm wings and the illusory demonic steps allowed him to catch up with Lu Lai in an instant. Seeing the figure close by, Lu Lai's face changed, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. 9 turns nether mantra, the 4th move. With his current strength, he could only use the first 3 moves of the 9 turns nether mantra. His body couldn't withstand the nether chi if he used the 4th move. However, the situation didn't allow him to think too much. He had to dodge Lin Xian's attack first. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and prepared to use the 4th move of the 9 turns nether mantra. However, just as he was about to use it, Lin Xian's long sword slashed down quickly. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void, forcibly interrupting his cultivation method. Boom! Lu Lai didn't have a defense as strong as Lin Xian's, so he was heavily injured by the sword and fell to the ground. Ah, brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you! Lu Lai roared madly. In the battle between the two, Lin Xian once again gained the upper hand and suppressed her. She simply couldn't tolerate it. However, so what if he couldn't endure it? The current him couldn't withstand Lin Xian's swordsmanship at all. Just as he was roaring madly, a huge sword shadow formed above him and quickly slashed towards him. This sword was too terrifying. It contained the terrifying power of an earth-tier martial art. In an instant, it tore open the sky and ruthlessly enveloped Lu Lai. No. Seeing this, the countless sons of the Lu clan howled madly. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Lu Lai's pupils shrank as the fear of death rose in his heart. At this critical moment, he desperately burned his spirit energy and activated the 9 turns nether mantra. The black devil wings on his back flapped, and the runes on them shone brightly. He forcefully moved horizontally. However, Lin Xian obviously didn't intend to let him go. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a sword god. He stretched out a huge palm of light that quickly formed and grabbed the firmament sword shadow. Then, he slashed in Lu Lai's direction again. Boom! The entire void exploded once again. This sword strike shattered all the surrounding mountains, and a 1,000-mile-long crack appeared on the ground. Although Lu Lai had the devil wings, he still couldn't escape from the sword chi. His left arm was slashed by the violent firmament sword shadow and was directly cut off. Blood splattered everywhere. This scene was too shocking. It directly stunned everyone. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. They were all like stone statues, and their minds were blank. They didn't expect that the extremely powerful Lu Lai would have his arm cut off. This was simply too shocking. Lu Lai's body moved horizontally and roared at the sky. He was in a frenzy. His left arm was directly turned into powder by the firmament sword shadow and didn't exist anymore. Countless flowers of blood floated in the air. Losing an arm was unbearable for him. Lu Lai went crazy. The netherworld chi behind him surged and then quickly burned, forming the netherworld fire. The pitch-black flames surged with a strange and terrifying aura. It was like the flames of hell, causing people's hearts to tremble. The flames enveloped Lu Lai's body. Countless flames jumped and came to his left arm, forming a force that healed the wound. Lin Xian's sword chi was too fierce. With Lu Lai's own spiritual power, he couldn't eliminate it at all. He had to use the netherworld chi to resist the sword chi. Soon, the wound stopped bleeding. However, his left arm disappeared forever. "You dare to cut off my arm. I want you dead." Lu Lai's expression was crazy. He couldn't accept it at all. Losing one of his arms had damaged his image, and his strength had also been greatly reduced. Moreover, this would become the shame of his life. It was even worse than killing him. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were even more terrified. That was Lu Lai. He had already used the 9 turns netherworld mantra, an earth-rank martial art. However, he still had his arm cut off. No one had expected this outcome. Even Shen Yulong and Murong Qingshu's faces were gloomy and their eyelids were twitching. To be honest, they thought they were peerless talents. However, at this moment, compared to Lin Xian, there was a huge gap. The two of them couldn't accept this gap. In front, Lu Lai had completely gone crazy. He burned his spiritual power and completely transformed it into the netherworld chi. He wanted to use the 4th move of the 9 turns netherworld mantra with all his might. He roared crazily. His hair fluttered and his body was covered in blood. His expression was ferocious. Around him, the netherworld chi gradually swelled up, rolling like the waves of the sea. In the distance, Lin Xian snorted. "Stop struggling. You don't have any chance." He wouldn't give Lu Lai another chance to use an earth-rank martial art. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned into a sword light and quickly rushed forward. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand and quickly circulated the longevity art in his body, crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual power. Lin Xian used the Gale lightning sword in a domineering manner once again. The huge sword shadow filled the sky and emitted an aura that made people despair. Lu Lai was also unwilling to accept this. With his strength, he couldn't use the 4th move of the 9 turns netherworld mantra. He had to burn his spiritual power and disregard the consequences. However, even so, he could only barely use it. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword, he couldn't block it at all. He couldn't even use the 4th move. Boom! Lu Lai was slashed by the sword and flew out like a kite. Another terrifying sword soul appeared on his body. Fortunately, he had the netherworld chi around him, which helped him block some of it. Otherwise, this sword would have cut him in half. Chapter 1035. Not only that, the 9 turns nether mantra was forcefully interrupted, causing him to suffer from the backlash of his cultivation technique. He suffered severe internal injuries. Even the spiritual energy in his body was unable to circulate smoothly. It could be said that Lu Lai was extremely weak due to internal and external troubles. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The art of longevity in his body had a powerful recovery and circulation ability, giving him an endless supply of spiritual energy. The great dragon sword soul also allowed Lin Xian's combat strength to reach its peak. Therefore, Lin Xian was like a sword god at this moment, unstoppable. Pung! Another sword strike landed heavily on Lu Lai's body. Immediately, a sword mark appeared on his body. One could clearly see the deep white bones and churned flesh. Lu Lai went completely crazy. He ignored the consequences and swung his right fist to fight against Lin Xian. The nether spirit pulsed and wrapped around his fist, forming a strange force that resisted Lin Xian's sword energy. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Lin Xian's sword energy became sharper and sharper. He swung his sword 5 times in a row, all of which landed on Lu Lai's fist. Immediately, the powerful nether spirit's fire was extinguished by the sharp sword light. Seeing this, Lu Lai was shocked and despair appeared in his eyes. That was the nether spirit's fire. It was the most powerful flame he could create by burning his spiritual energy. However, it couldn't stop Lin Xian's sword energy. He couldn't believe it and turned to flee. Lin Xian's aura was too strong now. He couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian was faster than him. Just as Lu Lai made his move, Lin Xian quickly unleashed his Ice Lotus martial soul. A strong icy power enveloped the area, instantly slowing down Lu Lai's speed. Streaks of blue icy aura surged, forming countless frost, as if they were about to freeze him. Damn it, get out of my way! Lu Lai was extremely angry. He quickly burned his spiritual energy and formed the nether spirit's fire to resist the ice. However, what awaited him was another sharp sword light. This sword light drew a strange arc in the air and quickly chopped at his right arm. Suddenly, a powerful light burst out. With a blood-curdling scream, Lu Lai's right arm was chopped off again. Blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. Ah! Lu Lai let out a blood-curdling scream. Both of his arms had been chopped off. It could be said that he had completely lost his ability to fight. If he didn't have a heaven-defying elixir, it would be impossible for him to recover his arms with his current cultivation. In other words, he would become a cripple in the future. This was worse than killing him. Everyone was shocked once again. Their eyes were filled with fear. The powerful Lu Lai had lost an arm again. This was too terrifying. They knew that Lu Lai had lost. Not only had he lost this battle, but he had also lost his future. A cultivator without arms was like a tiger without claws and teeth. It was likely that Lu Lai would fall from the ranks of geniuses in the future. He might even be worse than an ordinary person. Murong Qingqing's lips curled upwards. She knew that Lin Xian had won this battle. No. In the sky, Lu Lai let out an unwilling roar. As if he had gone mad, he quickly burned all of the spirit energy in his body, and even his blood began to burn. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Lu Lai's voice was so loud that it shook the 9 heavens. It was like a demon, causing one's scalp to go numb. Under his desperate urging, the chi of the netherworld around him grew more and more, and then quickly enveloped him. A pitch-black netherworld armor quickly formed and covered Lu Lai's entire body. 2 ghostly claws formed where his arms had been chopped off. It was pitch-black and extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lu Lai's aura was too terrifying. Wearing the netherworld armor, the netherworld flames danced on it, making him look like a demon king from hell. In the next moment, his body swayed and he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of black lightning. Haha, let's die together. Lu Lai's face was ferocious, and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. Oh no, he wants to die together. Murong Qingqing became nervous again. Everyone around them was nervous. They stared at the sky and held their breaths. Lin Xian was also shocked. He could naturally sense how powerful his opponent was. It was a power that was obtained by sacrificing his life. Lu Lai's netherworld armor was probably no weaker than his red lotus armor. Moreover, the other party still had the heart to die and wanted to perish together with him. Thus, he could no longer hold back. An ice lotus formed under his feet. Lin Xian summoned his ice lotus martial soul and quickly released the merciless power of the wind and snow. A violent snowstorm formed around him, and a dark blue world of ice and snow quickly formed. Lin Xian did not want to use his ice lotus martial soul to resist Lu Lai. Instead, he wanted to use the endless snowstorm to block everyone's view. In the next moment, he was going to summon his great dragon, Sword Soul. The surrounding snowstorm became thicker and thicker, forming a light screen that covered a radius of 100 miles. No one could see what was happening inside. At this moment, Lin Xian summoned her great dragon, Sword Soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon, and it crushed the void. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword hilt. Then, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, a sword light lit up as if a real dragon had been born. It roared and surged forward. This sword was too sharp. Nothing could stop it. It was like a divine sword light that swept through and destroyed everything. Bang! In the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword light collided with Lu Lai. Bang, bang, bang! A terrifying explosion rang out. Under Lu Lai's horrified gaze, the underworld armor on his body was cut in half. Not only that, his entire body was cut in half along with his netherworld armor. Lu Lai knew that he would die. He did not believe that Lin Xian could cut through his netherworld armor. One had to know that even a fifth heaven supremacy could not cut through his armor. However, Lin Xian had done it. He did not have the chance to think about why. His body had been cut in half and he could not be more dead. Lin Xian also recalled his great dragon's sword soul. His face was extremely pale. This battle was too intense. His opponent was very powerful and had used many trump cards. Hence, he had used too many trump cards, causing him to expend too much energy. Fortunately, he had a powerful cultivation technique, like the longevity art. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use so many powerful martial arts. In the next moment, Lin Xian recalled his ice lotus martial soul and the surrounding world of ice and snow. The crowd below could not wait any longer. When the world of ice and snow appeared, they were abnormally anxious. They realized that they could not see the situation inside at all. Even Shin Yulong and Murong Shu were the same. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for long before the world of ice and snow disappeared. It disappeared. Is the battle over? Someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked carefully. Then they were all stunned. Their minds went blank and they were dumbfounded. They saw Lin Xian standing in the void with a pale face. In front of him was Lu Lai, who had been cut in half. What? Lu Lai is dead. Chapter 1036. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to believe it because they had seen with their own eyes how Lu Lai wanted to die together with his opponent. It was too terrifying. Even a fifth-level venerable wouldn't be able to resist it. However, Lu Lai was dead and Lin Xian was fine. What exactly happened? Lu Lai used such a powerful move and was still killed. What kind of martial arts did Lin Xian use? Everyone was puzzled and disgusted. They knew that all of this had happened when the world of ice was formed. However, none of them could see the situation inside clearly. They only knew that Lu Lai had been split in half. Lu Lai's death caused a great shock to everyone. They didn't expect that such a battle between the top young geniuses would end like this. That was Lu Lai. He was a top genius and had many trump cards in his hand. In the end, he even used an earth-rank martial art. However, he was still killed here. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in the sky with reverence. Shen Yulong and the sixth-level alchemist beside him had gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. They felt like they were dreaming. They didn't dare to believe what had happened, especially Shin Yulong. His entire body was trembling slightly. One had to know that Lu Lai was an expert who was on par with him. However, he had been killed. Didn't this mean that even he wasn't a match for Lin Xian? The cold 6th-level alchemist expression was even more ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly and roared in his heart. Not only was Lin Xian's talent in alchemy better than his, but his battle prowess was also heaven-defying. He could even kill top geniuses. This made him extremely jealous and terrified. Morong Qingshu was silent. He was extremely shocked. Previously, he had never placed Lin Xian in his eyes. He thought that Lin Xian was just borrowing Morong Qingqing's strength. Now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. Regardless of talent or battle prowess, Lin Xian was a top existence in the younger generation. This caused a trace of fear to appear in his heart. Even Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered. Lin Xian's methods had indeed exceeded her expectations. The disciples of the Lu family below were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They couldn't accept the fact that their family's top experts had been killed here. Lu Chang's legs trembled as he looked at Lin Xian. He really didn't expect that this young man, who was inferior to him a month ago, would now be able to kill the top genius of his family. Looking at that figure, a deep sense of despair rose in his heart. Lu Lai's death not only alarmed the surrounding younger generation, but also the big shots. After all, Lu Lai's identity was special. He was a genius of the Lu clan, and the Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans under young Master Ling Feng. Furthermore, Lu Lai's younger sister had become young Master Ling Feng's woman. He was afraid that if the other party knew about Lu Lai's matter, they would not let the matter rest. Given Sir Ling Feng's methods, killing Lin Xian was as easy as flipping his palm. Even if Lin Xian had the backing of the Immortal Martial Academy, he wouldn't be able to survive. However, those big shots didn't say anything. Lin Xian's current status and talent didn't allow them to say anything. Ancestor Qi Yu sighed. Looking at the figure in the sky, his eyes flickered. In the end, he said in a low voice, "Send the remaining disciples of the Lu clan out." He couldn't control Lu Lai's death. After all, both parties were willing to duel. He had no right to interfere. However, he still had to protect the remaining disciples. Otherwise, Lu Jiao wouldn't let them off if all the Lu clan members in Crimson Crescent City died. Looking at the retreating disciples, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He didn't make a move, because these people didn't have the qualifications to make him do anything. However, the surrounding crowd was silent. They knew that the Lu clan wouldn't let the matter rest. Lin Xian looked at the corpse in front of him coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the corpse's storage ring flew into his hand. Since he had already become enemies with the Lu clan, he wouldn't return their storage ring. With Lu Lai's status, there should be a lot of treasures inside. Just the value of the Black Dragon Bow alone was enough to shock the world. Moreover, Lin Xian guessed that the storage ring might contain the 9 turns nether mantra. One had to know that it was a true Earth tier unbounded mantra. Its value was immeasurable. Seeing Lin Xian's action, the surrounding crowd was filled with greed and envy. However, no one dared to say anything. Even the big shots didn't say anything. The dark red divine dragon was unusually excited. He waved his dragon claws and jumped up excitedly. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He shouted with all his might, "Kid, be careful!" Actually, Lin Xian already felt the danger. The 1,000-beast cauldron's weapon spirit in his body suddenly issued a warning. In the next moment, he felt a shocking killing intent enveloping him. The moment Zero warned him, Lin Xian had already used the illusory demon steps and retreated to the side. However, he still underestimated his opponent's speed. Fast, it was too fast. It wasn't even any weaker than his illusory demon steps. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that his illusory demon steps was also an Earth tier martial art. Its speed was extremely fast. Even a 5th-level Venerable Realm expert might not be able to catch up. However, his opponent was able to keep up with his speed. This made him extremely shocked. It was obvious that his opponent had an earth-tier martial art movement technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to him. A cold light flashed in the air. It was like the cold moonlight, carrying a biting, cold, killing intent. Then, a figure quickly approached Lin Xian like a ghost. At the same time, the cold moonlight in the sky quickly slashed down at Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled. Even Xin Yulong and Murong Qingshu's expressions changed drastically. This attack was too fast. Even they couldn't dodge it. Boom! The red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body bloomed with light, forming the most solid defense. In the next moment, the cold light ruthlessly slashed on the armor, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Blood splattered everywhere. It was abnormally glaring. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be injured. One had to know that even Lu Lai couldn't break through the armor. However, someone was actually able to break through the armor's defense. Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank as he rapidly retreated. His heart was filled with intense shock. His opponent was actually able to cut through his red lotus armor. This was too shocking. His armor was extremely strong. Even in the battle with Lu Lai, it didn't shatter. However, his opponent had cut through his defense and injured him. Shocking, he was truly shocked. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated, and the wound on his chest stopped bleeding. However, the cold air forever shrouded everyone's hearts. Whoosh! Just as Lin Xian quickly retreated, another cold light flashed and quickly slashed at his throat. It was as if it wanted to cut off his head. Chapter 1037. A figure appeared in the sky with a machete in his hand. Like the god of death, he quickly slashed at Lin Xian. Fast, too fast! The attack was so fast that no one could react in time. In an instant, the person was already in front of Lin Xian. The machete in his hand rose and fell rapidly. The blade was as cold as autumn water. The terrifying cold light carried boundless killing intent, as if it was going to cut off Lin Xian's head. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Just as Lin Xian had won the battle with Lu Lai, someone actually wanted to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, what made them even more shocked was that this person was too terrifying. That kind of terrifying, murderous aura, that decisive move, and that one-hit kill posture showed that this person was definitely a terrifying assassin. With Lin Xian's current state and the sudden attack, there was no way he could dodge it. Murong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She waved her jade-like hand and struck out a large purple palm. She grabbed at the sky in an attempt to stop the assassin. However, the opponent was too fast. Even if she attacked now, she would not be able to resolve the crisis. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as well. This streak of light was far too sharp, and it had sealed off all of his paths of retreat, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Obviously, the opponent was a top-notch assassin. Moreover, everything was planned. At the critical moment, he roared and held the lone star, sword tightly. He bent his body slightly and quickly stabbed out. Since he could not dodge, he would attack quickly. He would use offense as defense to resolve the crisis. Seeing this, the crowd gasped. At the same time, they were shocked by Lin Xian's decisiveness. In such a situation where death was certain, even a fifth-rank supremacy would be scared out of his wits. However, Lin Xian thought of using offense as defense to resolve the crisis. He was too bold. However, this was the only way to survive. A ray of sword light flashed. Like a shooting star, it quickly streaked across the sky. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly meteor. Its speed was extremely fast and extremely sharp. Clang! The saber and the sword clashed and streaked across the void, creating countless sparks that illuminated the surroundings. This sword strike happened to hit the opponent's blade, causing it to deviate from its trajectory. However, the long blade still slid past Lin Xian's face and the cold aura caused all the hair on his body to stand on end. But fortunately, he dodged this killing move. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They continuously cried out in alarm because this saber strike was too dangerous and too exciting. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to safely dodge the fatal blow. In the air, Lin Xian let out a long howl and quickly turned around. Sword Qi surged from his hand. Then he slashed out with his sword, and a sword Qi as thick as a mountain instantly slashed forward. Assassin, he met another assassin. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move at this time. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill him. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all and quickly attacked, wanting to kill his opponent. Fortunately, Zero had warned him. Otherwise, he would have been in danger today. The huge blood-red sword Qi slashed forward like a long river of blood. The other party displayed a terrifying movement technique and quickly dodged the sword. However, the two assassins were forced to reveal their figures by Lin Xian. They were two people in black. They wore bronze masks on their faces, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could tell from their figures that they were a man and a woman. Both of them held crescent-shaped sabers in their hands. Their bodies exuded a cold, murderous aura, as if they were gods of death from hell. They didn't tangle with Lin Xian. After missing their attack, they quickly flew into the distance. As assassins, they wouldn't fight their enemies openly. However, Lin Xian sneered. This time he didn't plan to let them go. In front of him, an ice lotus quickly bloomed. Then he stepped on the ice lotus and quickly chased after them like a sword god. In the distance, the two assassins' figures quickly faded and then disappeared into the sky. What? They disappeared. Seeing the disappearing figure, everyone was shocked. Then they looked around and quickly searched. However, what shocked them was that they couldn't find the other party's figure at all. This made them extremely shocked. They couldn't even see the enemy's figure. How could they fight? However, when they looked at the sky, they cried out in surprise. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He flew up quickly and firmly locked in a direction. He constantly waved the Lone Star sword in his hand. Sword Qi crisscrossed and slashed forward. What? Could it be that he can see? Everyone was shocked. The other party's speed was so fast that they couldn't even find a trace. However, it seemed that Lin Xian could see everything clearly. On the side, Shen Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the others were also frowning. Their eyes were as cold as knives, shooting out terrifying rays of light as they stared at the void. As top experts, they could naturally see clearly. However, the other party's speed shocked them. Seeing it clearly was one thing, but being able to keep up with that kind of speed was another matter entirely. However, it was clear that not only could Lin Xian see, but he could also catch up. He used the illusory demonic steps to increase his speed to the extreme. At the same time, the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped. On the wings, strange runes kept flashing, providing a powerful force. He was like a lightning sword light, quickly chasing after the other party. With a wave of his hand, the ice lotus under his feet flew out quickly. Then it quickly grew bigger and smashed forward like a huge ice mountain. This move was so powerful that it caused the entire void to collapse, causing countless cracks to appear. At the same time, countless blue auras hung down from the ice lotus. Like a cage, they quickly rolled out in all directions. The terrifying cold air spread out, causing the speed of the two to slow down. The blue ice lotus continued to grow and smashed toward the man in black. Countless ice auras rushed toward the other party like ice dragons. The man in black couldn't dodge and could only turn around to face it head-on. He waved the machete in his hand and slashed out a shocking ray of light. It was like moonlight, quickly slashing toward the other party. The machete ruthlessly slashed on the blue ice lotus. A sonorous sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. However, this ice lotus was Lin Xian's martial soul. It was incomparably powerful. It directly sent the assassin in black flying. At the same time, endless ice energy quickly entered the assassin's body, constantly bombarding him. The assassin in black's expression changed. In an instant, the machete in his hand and his entire arm were eroded by the cold air. A thick layer of frost formed, as if it was going to freeze his entire body. With a low shout, endless rays of light burst out from his body, quickly resisting the cold air. At the same time, he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. There was no other way. Lin Xian was too powerful. That kind of attack was terrifying. He had no chance of winning if he faced it head-on. Moreover, as an assassin, he was better at moving in the dark and killing with one strike. Chapter 1038. However, he clearly underestimated Lin Xian's anger. Lin Xian was almost killed by the other party, so how could he let these people go? The wind and thunder wings on his back flapped quickly, and the power of wind and thunder poured into Lin Xian's body, allowing him to move like a gust of wind and lightning, arriving in front of the black-clothed man in an instant. The Lone Star sword in his hand emitted a cold light, and the sword blade quickly grew to a length of 100 feet, like a giant dragon, and slashed down. This sword was too terrifying, and the entire sky exploded. The huge sword blade carried an incomparably terrifying battle strength, and quickly enveloped the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's body trembled. He was simply unable to fight against Lin Xian head-on. In the next moment, he was hit by the Ice Lotus Martial Soul, and the Earth Blood Martial Soul flew out. This was not the end. Lin Xian activated the Ice Lotus Martial Soul, and an endless amount of ice chi bloomed, forming a large ice hand that grabbed at the black-clothed man. "Speak. What organization are you from? Who the hell sent you here?" Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the killing intent on his body was not any weaker than these assassins. He was simply too angry. Looking at the movement skills of these assassins, they were the same as those who tried to assassinate him before. They should be from the same organization. It seemed like someone really wanted to kill him, and had not given up until now. The surrounding people were also shocked. They did not expect that someone would dare to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, it was during the Crimson Crescent City's banquet. The black-clothed assassin coldly harumphed and did not say anything. Boundless saber light burst out from his body and fused with the scimitar in his hand. He quickly slashed out, breaking the ice wall in front of him and quickly escaping. Not answering. "Don't think about leaving today." Behind him, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He quickly waved the 100 feet long Lone Star sword and slashed forward again. The ground cracked, and countless mountains were cut in half. The terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. However, these sword chi did not directly slash at the black-clothed man, but at his side surrounding him. Countless huge sword chi crisscrossed like a wall of sword chi, completely surrounding the black-clothed assassin. In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived in front of the black-clothed assassin. He activated his Ice Lotus Martial Soul and quickly formed ice chains, trapping the assassin. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who sent you here. Also, what organization are you from?" The black-clothed assassin was bound by the ice chains and hung in the air. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely frozen, and he had no ability to resist at all. However, even so, he still did not answer Lin Xian's interrogation. Instead, he laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha, so what if you are powerful? You will be killed by us sooner or later." The black-clothed assassin grinned. Then, the spiritual energy in his body burned rapidly. His body expanded and exploded with a bang. That terrifying energy instantly rushed towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swung the Lone Star sword in his hand and slashed out countless sharp sword chi, completely annihilating the violent energy. Then his face turned completely gloomy. The assassin would rather self-destruct than reveal any information. This made his heart extremely gloomy. It seemed that the assassin's organization must be extremely strict and mysterious. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. Self-destruct, right? Very well. I don't believe that you can keep self-destructing. Lin Xian's cold eyes swept across the area like lightning. When the surrounding people saw this, they were dumbfounded. This assassin was too terrifying. He took the initiative to self-destruct and did not answer any questions. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be helpless. Murong Qingqing's face was also gloomy. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the aftermath of the self-destruction and fell into deep thought. There were not many organizations that could send out such a powerful assassin, and even fewer that could act so decisively and ruthlessly. As far as I know, only the Chasing Assassin organization would use such methods. Lin Xian, they are very likely to be from the Chasing Assassin organization. Murong Qingqing quickly reminded him. Chasing Assassin. Hearing this, everyone cried out in alarm. All of them had terrified expressions. Of course, they had heard of this assassin organization because it was a very terrifying organization. They were simply a group of demons because anyone who was targeted by them would eventually die. Just by hearing the name of the assassin organization, one could tell that the Chasing Assassin organization would not give up until they killed their target. Once, a peerless expert at the eighth heaven of the Venerable Realm was targeted by the Chasing Assassin organization and issued a kill order. At that time, everyone thought that it was impossible to accomplish because the eighth heaven of the Venerable Realm was too terrifying. The eighth heaven powerhouse was even more disdainful. He was powerful and did not fear any assassin organization at all. However, in the end, he still died. His blood dyed the sky as he was hacked into dozens of pieces. Because of that battle, the Chasing Assassin organization sent out 49 top-notch assassins to chase after the eighth heaven of the Venerable Realm and finally killed him. After that battle, the Chasing Assassin organization was completely remembered by everyone, because no one who was targeted by them could survive, including peerless experts. And now, such a terrifying assassin organization was actually chasing after Lin Xian. This was too shocking. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with different expressions because they knew that Lin Xian would not have any way to survive after being targeted by the Chasing Assassin organization. Even if he could escape this time, he would not be able to stop the next assassination, endlessly and without rest, until death. Hearing this news, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He did not expect such a terrifying organization to come after him. At the same time, his heart turned cold. Who was so vicious to issue such a wanted order? His eyes were cold and his gaze was like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find the other assassin. However, the other party had completely merged into the void and hid his body. He did not even release a trace of his aura. The sky was terrifyingly quiet for a moment. Only the terrifying smell of blood quietly spread. Did he escape? Everyone was puzzled. They looked around, but they could not see anyone at all. He should have left. If these assassins don't kill him, they will escape thousands of miles away. They will not have a direct confrontation with Lin Xian. However, this was also why these people were so terrifying, because you would never know when they would target you. Perhaps when you were sleeping, you would not be able to see the next day's sun. These people were like shadows that followed the body until they successfully killed the target. The group of people discussed spiritedly. Their nerves were very serious. Murong Qingshu also sighed. Many of the targets targeted by the Chasing Assassin organization were not killed. Instead, they were forced to break down by the tense atmosphere and chose to die. As for Shan Yulong and the 6th grade pill inscription master, they sneered. This was undoubtedly good news for them. Originally, Lin Xian's talent made them fearful. Now, someone had come to kill Lin Xian. This made them very happy. Moreover, the one chasing after Lin Xian was actually the Chasing Assassin organization. This made them even more excited because they knew that Lin Xian was really dead this time. Chapter 1039. However, just when everyone thought that the assassination was over, there was another change in the sky. For assassins suddenly appeared from 4 different directions and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Each of them held a long saber that was curved like a crescent moon. They quickly slashed out cold lights, completely sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. 4 black-clothed assassins appeared from 4 different directions and rushed toward Lin Xian, completely sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. These 4 people were abnormally powerful. None of them was weaker than the black-clothed assassin from before. Back then, that black-clothed assassin had almost killed Lin Xian, so one could see how terrifying he was. With 4 assassins of the same level attacking at the same time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Even a 5th Heaven Venerable would be killed in an instant. The others were even more shocked. They originally thought that the matter was over, but they did not expect such a shocking change to happen. It was obvious that the Chasing Life organization was determined to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would not have sent so many experts. There was no suspense in this situation. No matter who the 4 peerless assassins faced, they would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not escape. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was dead for sure this time. There was no chance for him to escape. However, Lin Xian did not show much panic. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was because he had been warned by Zero and was already prepared for this attack. Therefore, he was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the 4 assassins. The longevity secret art in his body quickly circulated. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, he took out the red lotus gloves and wore them on his fists. Facing 4 peerless assassins, he had 2 cards to deal with them. One was the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and the other was the red lotus gloves. However, he did not want to expose the Great Dragon Sword Soul in front of everyone for the time being, so he took out the red lotus gloves. Another reason was that although the red lotus gloves consumed a lot of spiritual energy, it was still better than the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Moreover, it only consumed spiritual energy, unlike the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which consumed spiritual energy and soul power. Moreover, Lin Xian believed that the red lotus gloves could solve the problem at hand. Lin Xian coldly snorted as the bright red gloves covered his fists. He quickly swung his fists. This punch was aimed at an assassin in front of him. Pum! A terrifying red fist shadow gushed out like a red savage beast. It was extremely terrifying. The assassin in front couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, he was hit by the red fist shadow. Then his body split open and turned into a bloody mist. From the punch to the black-clothed assassin exploding, the entire process happened in an instant. This kind of attack power was too terrifying, directly shocking everyone. Even the assassins in the other 3 directions were frowning. They didn't expect their target to be so terrifying that he could easily kill their companion. However, the 3 of them did not stop. Instead, they charged towards Lin Xian at an even faster speed. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill all 3 of them at the same time. As long as one of them made a move, the other party would definitely be killed. That way, their mission would be completed. Therefore, the 3 of them shouted coldly and sped up again. The 3 full moon scimitars danced in the air, and a terrifying blade light swept in all directions. Although they saw their companion die with their own eyes, it didn't affect them at all. The 3 attacks were still very fierce, slashing towards Lin Xian's vital points. It had to be said that these 3 assassins were very powerful. Moreover, it could be seen how terrifying this group was. It was no wonder that everyone's expression changed when they heard this name. Lin Xian immediately snorted when he sensed the terrifying killing intent from the other 3 directions. With his current strength, he probably couldn't swing the red lotus fist 3 times. Therefore, he had to kill them in one hit. Otherwise, his situation would become dangerous. However, under normal circumstances, it was obviously impossible to kill 3 peerless assassins. Even if he had the red lotus gloves, he had to swing it 3 times. Not to mention whether Lin Xian could swing it 3 times, the problem of time alone couldn't be solved. Because the 3 of them were too fast, he probably only had the chance to swing it once. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. Instead, he smiled coldly. This was because the red lotus gloves weren't his only trump card. Circulating the spiritual power in his body, Lin Xian quickly performed the blood shadow doppelganger from the blood sword inheritance. He used all of his qi and blood to create an identical doppelganger. Then his real body performed the heaven-changing technique and quickly hid in the void. Lin Xian used the 2 ultimate techniques at the same time, causing him to disappear into the void in an instant. His doppelganger remained where he was, acting as bait. Lin Xian was very confident because both the blood shadow doppelganger and the heaven-changing technique were very mysterious. He believed that these assassins wouldn't be able to discover them. As expected, the 3 assassins didn't notice anything unusual and continued to rush over. The 3 of them were very fast, so they arrived beside the doppelganger in an instant. Then, the 3 scimitars quickly slashed down. One of them slashed towards Lin Xian's chest, another at his throat, and the third at his head. These 3 blades were all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. They wanted to kill him in one hit. Puff! The blades slashed across his body, and blood splattered. The smell of blood quickly spread. Seeing the blood, the 3 assassins in black revealed cruel smiles. The people below were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't dodge and was still killed. Murong Qingshu's eyes flickered. He didn't say anything, but he was obviously relieved. Shan Yulong and the 6th grade alchemy master revealed cruel smiles. Lin Xian's death was only beneficial to them. Moreover, the threat that Lin Xian posed to them while he was still alive was simply too great, causing them to be extremely fearful. Now that Lin Xian was killed by the assassins of the life-chasing organization, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Murong Qingchen screamed as her expression changed drastically. Her body slowed down as she tried to rush up as well. This time, the dark red dragon was quick. He stopped her and quickly transmitted a message. "Little girl, don't worry. That's just a doppelganger." Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Murong Qingchen was relieved. However, her beautiful eyes were still staring at the sky. In the sky, the doppelganger quickly split open and blood splattered everywhere. The 3 assassins in black stood in front of the doppelganger and looked at the scene expressionlessly. In the next moment, the void above them suddenly fluctuated. A figure appeared above them and quickly punched. What? Lin Xian? Isn't he dead? Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian was still alive. Moreover, he appeared above the 3 assassins in black. But if Lin Xian is alive, who is the dead one? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand because the sky was filled with blood. Chapter 1040. Damn it, it's a clone. Let's go. One of them bellowed and quickly turned around. The other 2 felt their scalps tingle as they fled into the distance. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Since you dare to kill me, you can all stay here. Lin Xian sneered, and then the terrifying red lotus fist shadow quickly fell. Boom! The sky was filled with red light, and a terrifying power surged down, piercing through the void. The sky was like a wave that kept shaking. In the end, the 3 assassins did not manage to escape and were all blasted into a bloody mist by the punch. After killing the 3 assassins, Lin Xian had completely broken through the situation of certain death. He stood in the void and looked around coldly. At the same time, an ice lotus appeared above his head and quickly absorbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings to replenish his exhausted physical strength. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. It couldn't be helped It was too shocking. The four top experts had used their strongest killing move to kill Lin Xian, but they were all killed by Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. Even a fifth heaven honorable realm expert could not do this, but Lin Xian did it. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a fourth heaven honorable realm expert, but he relied on his powerful methods and trump cards to kill the four top assassins. This could no longer be described as shocking. It could be called a miracle. After dealing with the four assassins, Lin Xian stood in the void. The ice lotus martial soul above his head spun quickly, absorbing the spiritual energy in the surroundings to replenish his exhausted physical strength. He was not careless, but his expression was solemn because the battle was not over yet. He had already killed 5 of the assassins who came to kill him, but there was still one assassin left, the female assassin who had almost pierced his heart. At this moment, the female assassin was trapped by the array set up by the dark red divine dragon and could not escape for the time being. However, it seemed that the array would not be able to trap her for long, and she would probably break out soon. However, this period of time was enough for Lin Xian to recover his physical strength. The black-clothed female assassin naturally knew what was happening in the outside world, and her face became very ugly. With a shout, she waved the scimitar in her hand and quickly slashed out a blade light. The saber chi was shocking. It tore through the sky and slashed forward rapidly. She didn't hold back this time. Instead, she used her full strength. She had no choice but to fight for her life. Lin Xian had killed her companion, so he would definitely make a move on her in the next moment. This time, they had misjudged the target's strength and caused a huge loss. Therefore, no matter what, she had to send the news back. In the sky, the horrifying saber radiance slashed on the array and tore a crack in it. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed female assassin's face lit up. Her body turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed out. "We've finally gotten rid of this damned formation." The female assassin turned around and glared at the dark red divine dragon with cold eyes. This abominable red snake was not very strong, but its methods were extremely strange, especially the formation it had set up. It was actually able to trap her. This caused her to be extremely shocked. One had to know that her movement technique was extremely strange, and she did not fear any punishment formation or illusory formation. However, this movement technique was ineffective in front of her opponent. If it wasn't for her powerful strength, she would not have been able to break out of the formation. However, before she could catch her breath, she was greeted by a stunning saber radiance. The saber chi was like a rainbow. It shook the sky and quickly slashed towards her. The horrifying saber radiance spread downwards and instantly tore the ground apart. A mountain peak was cut in half. Feeling the shocking saber chi, the black-clothed female assassin's expression changed drastically. She quickly used her movement technique and shuttled through the sky like a fish. At the same time, she waved the scimitar in her hand and slashed out a crescent saber radiance to resist the saber radiance. The sound of an intense collision was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. It was as if 2 huge metal mountains had collided. The surrounding people's eardrums trembled and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This attack was too terrifying. Even the aftershock was not something they could withstand. After the attack, the black-clothed female assassin screamed and was sent flying by the sharp saber chi. Her eyes were filled with shock. However, in the next moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. With the help of this horrifying force, she used a very strange movement technique and quickly escaped into the distance. It seemed that her goal was very clear. She did not want to fight with Lin Xian, but to quickly leave. However, Lin Xian was clearly enraged. He did not give her a chance to leave. The ice lotus under his feet spun. Streaks of icy chi surged and quickly merged into the sky. Then, in the distant sky, countless icicles quickly formed and intercepted the black-clothed female assassin. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps. together with the thunderstorm wings behind him. He quickly chased after her. The sky trembled. Countless icicles formed in the sky like the teeth of a ferocious beast. They were very sharp and pierced towards the female assassin. These icicles were very terrifying. Moreover, there were many of them. They were densely packed and filled the entire sky. However, the black-clothed female assassin's figure fluttered like a ghost. She quickly flickered and dodged the icicles one after another. Then her body gradually faded as if she was going to disappear between heaven and earth. Everyone watched in a daze. Even Shin Yulong and Murong Qingshu had grave expressions. It was because the opponent's movement technique was too strange. Not only was her speed extremely fast, but it was also unexpected. Every time, she was able to narrowly avoid the attacks. This was definitely not something that could be done with an ordinary movement technique. Rumor has it that the reason why the life-chasing organization is so terrifying is not only because of their decisive killing method, but also because they seem to have grasped an extremely powerful movement technique. That movement technique allows them to not be afraid of being besieged. It increases their chances of escaping with their lives and also greatly increases their chances of assassination. I have only heard of it before. Now, it seems that the rumors are true. This movement technique is probably an Earth-tier martial art. Murong Qingshu sighed. Perhaps only an Earth-tier movement technique could achieve such an effect. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. He realized that the opponent's movement technique was definitely not weaker than the illusory demonic steps. It was obviously an Earth-tier movement technique. Fortunately, he also had an Earth-tier movement technique. Moreover, he had the assistance of the thunderstorm wings, which allowed his speed to reach an unimaginable level. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would probably not be able to catch up to this black-clothed female assassin. With a cold snort, Lin Xian opened his 5 fingers and grabbed forward. The concept of wind merged with the ice and quickly attacked, shattering the entire void. At the same time, he waved his long sword and urged the great dragon sword soul to form an indestructible sword chi, which quickly slashed forward. Lin Xian used the spring sword for the sword. The sword light was like a continuous spring rain, pitter-patter, completely covering the entire void. Even if the opponent's movement technique was strange, it was impossible for her to ignore this kind of attack. As expected, under Lin Xian's crazy attack, the black-clothed female assassin was shaken out of her body and was forced to retreat. Chapter 1041. Her opponent's methods were too terrifying, especially the ice and sword chi. Not only did the terrifying ice obstruct her, but the cold chi also froze her body, causing her movement technique to be much slower than usual. The sword chi was even more terrifying. Every strike could split mountains, split rivers, and shatter the void. She did not dare to resist at all. That was because she knew that as long as she was hit, she would have no chance of survival. The sword chi in the sky pierced through the clouds, and the entire sky was filled with waves of sword light. The black-clothed female assassin was like a black boat, shuttling through the sword light that filled the sky. She was in danger of capsizing at any time. On the other hand, Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and sword chi surrounded his body. He kept waving the Lone Star sword in his hand, and streaks of shocking sword chi swept in all directions. He relied on his powerful attack power to completely suppress the black-clothed female assassin. If not for her strange movement technique and speed, the battle would have been over long ago. However, no matter how fast she was, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill her. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand again, and the sword chi in the sky interweaved to form a powerful sword net that enveloped the black-clothed female assassin. This time, the black-clothed female assassin finally had nowhere to hide. She let out a delicate cry, and her body emitted a sharp saber light. She was like a peerless wild saber, and she became one with the machete in her hand as she quickly slashed out. The stunning slash was very terrifying, and it was enough to kill a fifth heaven venerable. However, in the face of Lin Xian's powerful sword net, everything was futile. The two collided, an entire void whistled. Countless rays of light splattered, and it was a terrifying scene. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was too sharp. Each of them contained the power of the dragon sword soul, and they were incomparably sharp. The sword net formed by countless sword qi was like a heavenly sword, and it directly shattered the saber light. Boom! In an instant, the black-clothed female assassin was severely injured, and she was sent flying while vomiting blood. The machete in her hand also shattered into countless pieces and scattered in the void. Dragon capturing hand. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he stretched out his palm like a fiend god. Spiritual energy surged, forming two true dragon phantoms that roared ferociously. In an instant, the true dragon's palm bound the black-clothed female assassin's body like a chain from hell, trapping her firmly. On the other hand, Lin Xian stepped into the air like a shooting star and quickly arrived in front of his opponent. The ice lotus martial spirit rotated and formed countless icy qi that crazily rushed into the assassin's body. It froze her spiritual qi and prevented her from exploding. Then, his soul circulated wildly. Like an invisible hand, it quickly grabbed the other party's head, intending to forcefully search his soul. Lin Xian knew that no matter how he asked, the other party would definitely not reveal any information. Rather than wasting time, he might as well search for it himself. Soul-searching was a rather cruel method, and those who had their souls searched would usually end up in a very miserable state. On the other hand, if the fox hunter's soul power was weaker than the other party's, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and his life would be in danger. Therefore, most people wouldn't use such a method unless they were extremely confident in themselves, or if the difference in soul force between the two parties was too great, then they would use such a method. Lin Xian's soul power was heaven-defying, comparable to a 7th-grade alchemist. He was confident that his soul power was superior to his opponent's. The other party had tried to take his life several times, which made him really angry. Therefore, he used soul-searching. A terrifying soul power entered the other party's mind and quickly searched. Immediately, the black-clothed female assassin revealed a ferocious expression and let out a miserable cry. Lin Xian was expressionless as he continued to use his soul power. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly. The thunderstorm wings on his back flapped rapidly, and countless strange runes bloomed. He turned into a ray of light and instantly flew into the distance. As for the black-clothed female assassin, her body blossomed with light and exploded once again. Rumble! The entire void trembled, and a huge black hole quickly appeared. It was pitch black and terrifying, and everything around it was completely shattered. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked ahead with a gloomy expression. This time he had sealed the other party's spiritual qi so that she couldn't explode. However, he didn't expect that there was a special seal in the other party's mind that sealed her spiritual qi. However, when Lin Xian used brute force to assist in the search, he triggered the restriction and caused it to self-destruct. He knew that this was a powerful method set up by the other party's organization. The purpose was to prevent someone from soul-searching and revealing the organization's secrets. However, all of this made Lin Xian's expression even more gloomy. The other party was decisive and ruthless, and they were extremely thorough. They didn't leave any clues at all. This was definitely a terrifying opponent. Moreover, the other party was proficient in assassination and hid in the dark, making it impossible for him to find her. He could only passively defend. It could be said that this caused a lot of trouble for Lin Xian. However, the others didn't think so. They looked at the sky and were completely stunned. This female assassin was clearly the leader of this assassination operation. Regardless of whether it was her combat strength or movement technique, she was far superior to the others. Even so, she was still captured by Lin Xian and exploded, leaving not even a bone behind. 6 peerless assassins had used the best opportunity to form the strongest killing blow. However, they had failed. Not only did they fail to kill Lin Xian, but they were all killed. This was probably something that had never happened before. One had to know that Lin Xian wasn't an 8th heaven venerable realm expert. His cultivation was only at the 4th heaven venerable realm. Moreover, when he fought with Lu Lai, he used all of his trump cards and consumed a lot of energy. It could be said that he was at his weakest. Even so, he still killed 6 peerless assassins. No one had ever heard of such heaven-defying combat strength. Was he really only at the 4th heaven venerable realm? Why do I feel like he's a peerless old demon? Many people looked at Lin Xian, their hearts trembling. Morong Qing-shu was shocked. At this moment, he had already listed Lin Xian as the most dangerous person. If nothing unexpected happened, he definitely wouldn't provoke him in the future. As for Shen Yulong and the 6th grade alchemist, their faces darkened. They were extremely unsightly. Originally, they were rejoicing in his misfortune, thinking that Lin Xian was finished and would definitely be killed by the pursuing assassins. This way, they wouldn't have a huge worry in their hearts. However, the result exceeded their expectations. Not only did Lin Xian not die, he even killed all 6 peerless experts, completing an impossible reversal. All of this had completely stunned them. In addition, the relationship between the two sides made their faces even more gloomy. This was definitely their greatest enemy. In the distance, the big shots were also shocked. They originally thought that Lin Xian was on the same level as them because of his special status. However, after seeing this battle, their thoughts were completely overturned. This kind of strength, this kind of combat strength, he was definitely the peak existence of the younger generation. In addition, with the support of the immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian's future achievements wouldn't be much weaker than young Master Ling Feng. In the future, another peerless venerable would appear in the Blood Realm. Chapter 1042. Lin Xian had killed Lu Lai and offended the Lu family. He had also angered Child Ling Feng. Child Ling Feng would not let him off easily. Not only that, but there was also a powerful assassin organization after him. Lin Xian was in a very dangerous situation. Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky with complicated expressions. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy as he fell into deep thought. In the sky, Lin Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. In the end, who is it that actually invited such a terrifying assassin organization like Zhu Ming to kill him? He was very confused. He guessed that it was someone from the Vientiane auction, but he had no evidence. However, whether it was the Vientiane auction or not, he had become enemies with Child Ling Feng's organization after this battle. He shook his head slightly. He could only leave this matter to Yu Fei. The only thing he could do was increase his strength so that the other party would not dare to make a move. Today he had killed a rank 6 assassin. It seemed shocking, but only he knew how dangerous it was. If it was not for Zero's warning, he would not have known about the assassins in advance, let alone dodging their fatal blow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's desire to increase his strength grew. However, the most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Who knew if there were other assassins nearby? Fortunately, Lin Xian still had Zero as his trump card. Other than him, no one in the organization knew about it. This was also the reason why he could fight against them. With Zero's warning, Lin Xian's life was not in danger for the time being. However, he swore that one day he would find the mastermind behind this and kill him. This included the organization. Anyone who had hunted him would pay the price in blood. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus Martial Soul. He then sat cross-legged on it and quickly circulated the longevity incantation to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to heal his injuries and the consumed spiritual energy. This battle was very difficult. First, he fought with Lu Lai and used all his trump cards. Then he faced a terrifying assassin and almost lost his life. It could be said that each time was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would have killed him. However, although the battle was fierce, Lin Xian had also benefited greatly from it. Fighting with these top experts had increased his combat experience once again, and his understanding of the illusory demonic step had deepened by another level. The other party's ghostly movement technique had given him endless enlightenment. After this, his movement technique would be able to reach the next level. Quickly circulating the art of longevity, Lin Xian absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to repair the damage to his body. Not long after he opened his eyes, his injuries and strength had already recovered by about 70 to 80%. His battle prowess had also recovered. Lin Xian had to maintain a strong fighting strength in order to deal with all kinds of sudden situations. The other party was a terrifying assassin organization. They might come to assassinate him at any time. Lin Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword beam, incomparably sharp and piercing through the void. Feeling that gaze, the surrounding people were shocked. Their eyelids twitched, and fear rose in their hearts. After witnessing Lin Xian's means, they were in awe of Lin Xian. They no longer dared to mock him like before. Now, no one dared to provoke him. Even the Shun family's disciples became quiet. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of deep fear in their eyes. Seeing that Lin Xian had recovered, Ancestor Qiyu and the others also walked up to him. "Little friend Lin, you have great means. You killed 6 peerless assassins by yourself. Your strength is really impressive. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the younger generation who can defeat you." "Senior, you're too polite." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. These people were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. In front of them, he would not put on an arrogant attitude. Seeing that Lin Xian was not arrogant, Ancestor Qiyu and the others nodded slightly. However, they still reminded him. However, he still had to be careful of the Chasing Life organization. After all, they were a terrifying assassin organization and were well known in the blood field. He had to be careful. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Next, Ancestor Qiyu and the others invited Lin Xian back to Crimson Crescent City. As the birthday banquet was not over yet, Lin Xian could not refuse. He followed Ancestor Qiyu and the others back. Night fell. The sky was incomparably dark, and countless stars twinkled in the sky. In the distance, thousands of beasts roared in the mountains. The sound was terrifying. However, Crimson Crescent City was brightly lit. It was a lively scene with singing and dancing. Lin Xian drank a few cups of wine with a group of important people in the hall. Then he found an excuse to come out. The other party was a bunch of older people. He had nothing to say there. He might as well come out and eat to his heart's content. After all, the task of inviting them had been completed. However, when the younger generation warriors saw Lin Xian come out of the hall, they were stunned. Then the entire place fell silent. Even the voices were much softer. Although Lin Xian had a smile on his face and looked harmless to humans and animals, when they thought of the battle during the day, they felt a chill run down their spines. Therefore, when they faced Lin Xian, they no longer had the confidence they had before. Instead, they were filled with respect and fear. At this moment, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City lowered their heads like docile kittens. They no longer dared to cause trouble for Lin Xian. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. It seemed that the battle during the day had really frightened these people. Shaking his head slightly, he walked calmly and came to Murong Qingqing's side. Murong Qingqing had a faint smile on her face. Her gaze was like a gentle hand caressing her cheeks. She snuggled up to Lin Xian, and the two of them chatted nonstop. The dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey ate and drank wildly. They were very happy. The surrounding people looked bitter. They did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw the scene. The banquet didn't end until very late. Everyone was drunk, and they all left one after another. On the second day, Lin Xian stayed with Morong Qingqing for another day. He did not leave until the third day. Morong Qingqing did not follow him back. Instead, she stayed in Crimson Crescent City. It seemed that she had something else to do. Lin Xian went on his way alone. He did not return to the academy. Instead, he flew in the direction of Windy City. After these few days, he should have gathered all the materials he needed. He had to seize the time and let the dark red divine dragon set up the sturdiest formation to defend the entire auction. Otherwise, if something really happened during the auction, it would be a big joke. If that really happened, the auction would not be able to continue in the future. The Immortal Martial Auction was backed by the Immortal Martial Academy. Ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble here. However, with young Master Ling Feng's strength, it might not be the same. Especially those people from the Wanxian auction. They would definitely come back to cause trouble. Moreover, the life-chasing organization would not let this matter rest. Chapter 1043. Therefore, he decided that when the first auction was held, he would definitely request for a few powerful elders from the academy to oversee it. He would definitely not allow anyone to cause trouble at the auction. If someone dared to cause trouble at his place, he wouldn't mind letting them know the meaning of regret. Even if it was young Master Ling Feng's men, they were no exception. After a few days, Lin Xian returned to Winseek City. Winseek City was bustling with activity. Various clans were busy building the Immortal Martial Academy. Under such efficient operations, the Immortal Martial Auction was completed at an extremely fast speed. Currently, more than half of it was completed, and only the final decorations were left. As for the materials that Lin Xian requested, Wang Li had also finished collecting them. In other words, it was time to inscribe the inscription formation. As for the matter of inscribing the formation, Lin Xian instructed the dark red divine dragon to inscribe the best defensive formation. As for him, he came to a quiet pavilion and prepared to organize his harvest this time. In this life and death battle, he had gained a lot of experience and inspiration. Therefore, he needed to go into seclusion to quickly absorb and comprehend these things. Lin Xian's soul revolved, constantly simulating and refining his movement technique, wanting to reach the next level. This closed-door training lasted for 3 days. Lin Xian had been simulating in his mind. Finally, he was able to simulate it. His Earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps, had reached a new level, reaching a whole new realm. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a storage ring. This was a brand new blue storage ring. On top of it, there were exquisite carvings. The entire ring emitted a gentle light, like the stars in the sky. This storage ring used to be Lu Lai's storage ring. After Lin Xian killed Lu Lai, he directly took the storage ring from him. According to his speculation, there must be something good in this storage ring. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used his soul force and probed inside. The first thing that entered his eyes was a crescent-shaped bow. It was incomparably black and emitted a savage aura. With a thought, Lin Xian opened his palm and took the black bow into his hand. This black bow was the Black Dragon Bow. Back then, Lu Lai had used this Black Dragon Bow to fight Lin Xian to a standstill. Its power was not at all inferior to the Lone Star Sword. It was rumored that the Black Flood Dragon Bow was made from a real flood dragon. It could be said to be incomparably ferocious. Back then, everyone's evaluation of the Black Flood Dragon Bow was that it was absolutely not inferior to a half-Earth step artifact. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Lin Xian gently rubbed the Black Dragon Bow with his fingers and nodded in satisfaction. In terms of power, the Black WIRM Bow wasn't inferior to his Lone Star Sword. Moreover, the Black WIRM Bow was made from a real WIRM, and it carried a monstrous, baleful aura, causing this treasure to become a true weapon of mass destruction. However, The black dragon Bao had already been reserved by the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian Dragon said that it was his reward for inscribing a defensive spell formation. In response, Lin Xian was very generous and nodded in agreement. As long as he finished inscribing the spell formation, the black WIRM Bao would belong to the dark red divine dragon. Although the black WIRM Bao was good, it wasn't a treasure. Whether it was the Lone Star Sword or the red lotus gloves, they weren't inferior to the black WIRM Bao. Therefore, this treasure wouldn't be of much use in his hands, so he might as well give it to the dark red divine dragon. After putting the black WIRM Bao aside, Lin Xian became excited again. This time, he quickly searched for something. Back then, Lu Lai had been able to engage in a fierce battle with him because he had countless trump cards, and the most shocking one was the 9 turns Nether Mantra. That was a true Earth rank martial art, and its power was unimaginable. Lin Xian had 2 Earth rank martial arts, so he knew the power of Earth rank martial arts very well. This made him even more tempted. However, after searching the entire storage ring, he couldn't find the 9 turns Nether Mantra. This made him very disappointed. However, after calming down and thinking carefully, he finally understood. The 9 turns Nether Mantra was imparted to Lu Lai by young Master Ling Feng. He couldn't have given such a precious item directly and could only have passed it down verbally. Therefore, it was normal that Lu Lai didn't have the 9 turns Nether Mantra. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then calmed himself down and searched the other items in the storage ring. Other than the 9 turns Nether Mantra, there was another item that made Lin Xian very excited. However, he didn't need to think to know that Lu Lai didn't have the relevant information. That item was definitely in the hands of young Master Ling Feng. He was worthy of being called the top of the younger generation in the continent. He actually had such a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. This made Lin Xian very envious. He quickly sent a voice transmission to ask the artifact spirit of the 10,000 years cauldron. 0, do you know about the indestructible golden pill? Yes, it's a famous pill from ancient times. It's rumored that consuming one can achieve an indestructible golden body, and even a drop of blood can be reborn. So magical. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and his breathing became hurried. Then, do you know the pill formula for the indestructible golden pill? No. Zero's answer was very straightforward. Even in ancient times, that kind of thing was extremely precious and was only in the hands of a very small number of giants. I don't know the pill formula. However, as far as I know, the alchemy faction seems to have the pill formula for the indestructible golden pill. Alchemy faction. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. It was the alchemy faction again. This alchemy faction must be very powerful. However, what made him even more shocked was that young Master Ling Feng actually had such a heaven-defying pill formula. He told Zero about his doubts. After hearing this, Zero was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "It's nothing. If the other party has the indestructible golden pill, there are 2 possibilities. One is that the other party is related to the alchemy faction, and the other is that he dug it out from an ancient ruin. Of course, there's also the last possibility, which is that this isn't the indestructible golden pill at all. It's just what the other party called the indestructible golden pill, or it's incomplete. Because if it's the real indestructible golden pill, the effect would be even more terrifying. Of course, it's not that the other party isn't capable enough to brew a complete one. That's all the information I can provide. As for what exactly it is, you'll have to find out for yourself." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. However, he knew that no matter what the reason was, the other party had a miraculous Dan that could instantly heal a severely injured martial artist. He had personally witnessed the effect of this Dan. Therefore, there was no doubt about it. It seems like this young master Ling Feng really was a great enemy. Next, Lin Xian checked the storage ring again. He found that the treasures inside were extremely plentiful. Techniques dawned treasures. Everything he needed. there were also many valuable spiritual medicines. It could be said that this was a small treasure trove. Lin Xian divided up the dawn and techniques and prepared to give them to Wang, Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others. Right now, he needed a strong support force. Therefore, he wouldn't be stingy when it came to resources. As for the spiritual medicines, he kept them for himself. This time's harvest made his storage of spiritual medicines rich again. Chapter 1044. Putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian closed his eyes again and began to adjust his condition. Half a day later, he adjusted his condition to its peak and slowly opened his eyes. This time he was going to refine pills. This time, not only did he go to Crimson Crescent City, but he also went to a strange place and obtained a spirit fruit. It was a spirit fruit that had been lost in the outside world for a long time, and it was at least 3,000 years old. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the spirit fruit as the main ingredient and combine it with other spirit herbs to refine a pot of spirit wine. After communicating with Zero, Lin Xian quickly activated his soul power and summoned the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then, with a flick of his finger, a sparkling and translucent spirit fruit appeared in the air, emitting a rich fragrance. With the 1,000-beast cauldron, Lin Shui's efficiency in refining pills and spirit wine greatly increased, and the results were also much better than before. Therefore, a pot of top-grade spirit wine was successfully refined in a short time. After drinking a cup, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate the immortality chant, refining the energy contained within. Just like that, time slowly passed, and another 5 days passed. The dark red dragon rushed over and shouted excitedly, "Little Xian, the formation is complete!" Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. It was finally complete. These defensive formations would be the greatest protection of the immortal martial auction. With a whoosh, a red light flashed, and the dark red divine dragon flew in from the outside. It came to Lin Xian's side and quickly shouted, "The formation is complete. Hurry up and give me the black dragon bow." "No hurry, I want to check the formation," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Fuck, kid, you dare not believe me." The dark red dragon jumped up after hearing that. "I used to believe you, but the last time you teleported me to such a dangerous place, I'll check it myself." "What do you know?" The dark red dragon said, "Spatial teleportation is the most profound teleportation formation. A little mistake is nothing. You have to know that other people's teleportation arrays take years, or even decades to complete. For me, to complete this kind of teleportation in 1 or 2 days is already a heaven-defying feat. Furthermore, the formation we're setting up this time is a defensive formation. I can inscribe a defensive formation even with my eyes closed. How dare you doubt me?" The dark red divine dragon was extremely displeased. However, under Lin Xian's insistence, the dark red divine dragon accompanied him to take a look at the defensive array formation. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and handed the black dragon bow to the dark red divine dragon. It had to be said that the formations were simply too perfect. Even a 5th or 6th heavenly layer venerable realm expert would find it difficult to break through them. Even if the people from the Wanxiang auction and the Lu clan came to cause trouble, he was confident that he could defeat them. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to fight during the auction, because no matter who won or lost, once a conflict occurred during the auction, it would definitely cause a great impact on the auction's reputation. This was something that Lin Xian was extremely unwilling to see. Therefore, he prepared to return to the academy and request for some powerful elders to oversee the auction. Of course, all of this would have to wait until the immortal martial auction was completed. In the following period of time, Lin Xian stayed in Wind-Seeking City. He cultivated while waiting for the completion of the auction. Finally, half a month later, the immortal martial auction was completed. Lin Xian also quickly arranged for Wang Li and the rest to spread the news of the auction. This was his first auction, so the grander it was, the better. These matters were handed over to Wang, Li Dongfang, and the rest. He himself quickly returned to the Immortal Martial Academy and prepared to request for a group of elders to oversee the auction. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Immortal Martial Academy were gathered in a grand hall and were discussing anxiously. Din Xian stood in the hall, looking around, and said in a deep voice, "According to the news from the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Xian's identity has been confirmed. However, due to the current situation of the Palace of Gods of War, they were temporarily unable to acknowledge Lin Xian. However, we have to make preparations to support Lin Xian with all our might." Hearing Din Xian's words, the surrounding elders were all shocked. Originally, they were only guessing about Lin Xian's identity, but now that it was confirmed, they were still extremely shocked. They didn't expect that such a person would actually be in their Immortal Martial Academy. Since this is the case, how should we support him? One of the elders asked, "Isn't he setting up the Immortal Martial auction? How about this? We will fully support this auction. We must make it the largest auction in the world," another elder suggested. Hearing this, Din Xian nodded. "Okay, let's prepare for the auction then. Coincidentally, we still have some things in our hands. We can use this auction to get them out." After discussing for a while, everyone finally nodded. This matter could be considered as settled. However, Din Xian didn't leave. Instead, she said in a low voice, "Everyone, that place is about to open again." That place? All the elders were stunned. After which, their expressions changed as they exclaimed, "What? It's about to open again? It's actually opened so much earlier this time. Yeah, it hasn't even been 100 years since the last time it opened. Who would have thought that it would open earlier this time?" All the elders were incomparably shocked. With regards to that place, they were all extremely solemn and fearful. I don't know the exact reason, but it seems to have something to do with the seal. But it's true that it's about to open. You all should know that although that place is dangerous, there are many heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures within. It can be said that it's a great opportunity. Hence, we can't ignore it. Not only that, the opening of that place not only concerns our Immortal Martial Academy, but also the entire Tianmu continent. Hearing this, the other elders nodded. Evidently, they agreed with Din Xian's words. "How about this? Let's make use of this auction to spread the news. Just as well, let those old fellows from the other powers come over and we can discuss this together." Everyone discussed, and finally, they decided to place this matter on the Immortal Martial auction. However, Lin Xian still didn't know about all this. Initially, he only wanted to hold a grand auction, but from the looks of it now, it was no longer up to him. After Lin Xian returned, before he even went to the academy had already sent people to fetch him. This caused him to be extremely shocked. But this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Very quickly, he met with Hall Master Wan and told him about his thoughts. Earlier, Hall Master Wan said that the academy wouldn't send too many elders. Hence, Lin Xian didn't have much confidence in this request. However, he didn't expect that Hall Master Wan would actually agree without hesitation. This caused him to be extremely shocked. However, since Hall Master Wan agreed, he wouldn't say anything. He only wanted to ensure the safety of this auction. Chapter 1045. Because not only did Hall Master Wan agree to send more elders to oversee the auction, he even took the initiative to spread the news. This caused Lin Xian to be even more astonished. His promotion was completely different from the promotion of the Immortal Martial Auction. One must know that the Immortal Martial Academy was one of the peak powers in the Tianmu continent. Their promotion of the auction would definitely cause a commotion among countless cultivators. Can I ask why? Lin Xian bitterly smiled. This matter was slightly out of his expectations. Hall Master Wan laughed. Since the Immortal Martial Auction is a collaboration between us, we naturally can't let you handle it alone. Not only that, we also have some items in our hands that we wish to auction off in this auction. As Hall Master Wan explained, Lin Xian felt more and more shocked because he discovered that the Immortal Martial Academy was planning to play big this time. The items in the hands of the Immortal Martial Academy were definitely not simple. If they appeared in the auction this time, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Hence, after hearing this news, Lin Xian was incomparably happy. With the support of the Immortal Martial Academy, the news of the auction spread at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, this news had already spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. Not only that, it also spread to other places in the Tianwu continent at an extremely fast speed. Those who heard the news were all stunned. What was the Immortal Martial Academy? It was one of the peak powers in the Tianwu continent, an existence on the level of a hegemon. Such a terrifying existence actually wanted to hold an auction, and even wanted to auction off some items from the academy? This was simply too shocking. One must know that items that the Immortal Martial Academy was willing to auction were definitely incomparably valuable. And when the crowd was inquiring about the Immortal Martial auction, another name suddenly appeared in their vision. Lin Xian, a young man, was actually the owner of the Immortal Martial auction. Not only that, this auction was jointly organized by him and the Immortal Martial Academy. After hearing this news, the crowd was incomparably shocked. They couldn't understand what capabilities this young man had to actually be able to receive such support and favor from the Immortal Martial Academy. For a period of time, the crowd was trying to find out more about Lin Xian. Not only the major powers, even the ordinary cultivators were trying to find out more. Visiting the streets, tea houses, taverns, everywhere there were martial artists talking about Lin Xian. Did you know? It's said that this young man, Lin Xian, is very impressive. Although he's only a new student, he managed to become the third most influential person on the mysterious Venerate list within half a year. Freshman, third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. That's too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The students of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't ordinary people. Each and every one of them were geniuses. The difficulty of standing out among these geniuses was countless times harder compared to other places. However, Lin Xian had gone from an unknown new student to an influential figure who was ranked in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. This leap was simply too shocking. By the way, I also heard that the 3 great factions in the Wind-Seeking City were all eliminated by this young man, called Lin Xian. Even the Wanxiang auction was no exception. What? He was the one who did it. I thought it was the Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that the Wanxiang auction was under young Master Ling Feng. This brat is too bold. Although he's ranked in the top 3 of the Immortal Martial Academy, isn't he courting death by going against young Master Ling Feng? Courting death? That's nothing. Another martial artist snorted. I've received the latest news that Lin Xian killed Lu Lai at the Crimson Crescent City's birthday banquet not long ago. What? Killed Lu Lai? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Lu Lai's name was very famous because he was the peerless genius of the Lu clan. The Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans under young Master Ling Feng. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. However, Lin Xian dared to attack the peerless genius of the Lu clan and even killed him. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was shocked and extremely shocked. At this moment, another martial artist revealed another piece of shocking news. Not only did he kill Lu Lai, but he also killed the peerless assassins of the Looming Life Chasing Organization. What? The 6 peerless assassins of the Looming Life Chasing Organization? Everyone was stunned and felt that their brains weren't enough to process it. The Looming Life Chasing Organization wasn't a clan like the Lu clan. It was a terrifying force that was even more terrifying than the Lu clan. The two weren't of the same nature at all. No matter how strong the Lu clan was, they were still a clan. There were still some restrictions on their actions. However, the Looming Life Chasing Organization was different. They were an assassin organization that hid in the dark. No one knew where their headquarters were. However, this didn't affect their reputation at all. Back then, 49 peerless assassins chased after an 8th heavenly layer venerable expert and killed him in the end. Such a magnificent feat deeply shocked the crowd. It could be said that the looming life-chasing organization was in existence similar to the god of death in the blood realm. No matter who was targeted by the looming life-chasing organization, they wouldn't be able to escape. However, Lin Xian killed 6 of their assassins in a row and survived from a situation of certain death. This was simply too unbelievable. As the news was revealed one after another, Lin Xian's reputation became more and more famous, causing everyone to be extremely shocked and puzzled at the same time. They really wanted to know what this powerful young man who was full of miracles was like. For a time, countless warriors set off for Wind-Seeking City, wanting to find out what was going on. As for the news of Lin Xian and the immortal martial auction, it spread wildly throughout the entire blood realm. However, when the Lu clan heard the news, they were abnormally furious. The top genius in their clan had been killed, which made them incomparably crazy. Initially, they had wanted to keep the news a secret and secretly kill Lin Xian in order to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, they did not expect that the news would be exposed in such a short period of time. Furthermore, it had spread to the point where everyone knew about it. This was a slap to their Lu clan's face. Now that everyone knew that their genius had been killed, how could they raise their heads in front of others in the future? No, we must vent the hatred in our hearts by killing that detestable brat. Otherwise, the Lu clan will definitely become the target of ridicule in the future. Everyone in the Lu clan gritted their teeth. Meanwhile, in a huge and magnificent palace, a beautiful woman was so angry that she shattered everything around her. This action directly scared the maids to the point that they all knelt on the ground. Lin Xian, you dare to kill my brother. I will definitely tear you into pieces. The beautiful woman's face was filled with killing intent, her voice ferocious. She was Lu Lai's younger sister, Lu Mei. The moment she heard that Lu Lai was dead, she was completely stunned. She didn't believe that someone could kill her brother. Someone actually dared to kill her brother. One had to know that Lu Lai was very powerful. As the top warrior of the younger generation, he had many powerful trump cards in his hands. Within the same level, there was no one who could kill him. As for the older generation, they didn't dare to make a move. No one dared to not give face to young Master Ling Feng. One had to know that she was young Master Ling Feng's woman, so no one dared to provoke her brother. However, she didn't expect that someone would actually kill her brother. Chapter 1046. Lin Xian. So what if you have the support of the Immortal Martial Academy? How dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you. I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Lu Mei's voice was cold. She had decided to use all her strength to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the remaining cultivators of the Wanxiang auction were so angry that their teeth almost broke when they heard the news. Their faces were ferocious and murderous aura surged from their bodies. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. 6 peerless assassins couldn't kill him? What the hell are those people doing? The people of the Wanxiang auction roared in anger. Sure enough, they were the ones who hired the life-chasing organization. In order to assassinate Lin Xian, they had spent almost all their savings to hire the life-chasing organization. He originally thought that it would be a piece of cake to kill Lin Xian with the means of the life-chasing organization. However, they didn't expect the life-chasing organization to fail twice. They couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. Although they were young Master Ling Feng's men, they couldn't let young Master Ling Feng intervene in this matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a personal grudge, but a battle between 2 top forces. Therefore, young Master Ling Feng wouldn't intervene unless it was absolutely necessary. They had to use other forces. However, the assassin organization that they relied on was useless now. This made them furious. What should we do? Do we really need to ask the higher-ups for help? No, we can't let the higher-ups intervene. Young Master Ling Feng doesn't like to keep useless people. If we can't do this, it means that we're useless. Then we'll have no value. An old man shook his head quickly. In the end, it's all because of this damned life-chasing organization. I thought they were powerful, but they couldn't even kill a kid and wasted a huge amount of our wealth. Another middle-aged man snorted. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Who gave you the courage to speak ill of the life-chasing organization behind their backs? The voice was cold and emotionless. It was like a sharp blade cutting through the void, sending chills down the spine of those who heard it. The people of the Wanxiang auction were stunned when they heard the voice. They looked around nervously. In the next moment, the space in front of them rippled, and a black figure appeared before them. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a sharp aura. Although his face was ordinary, his eyes were unusually cold and carried a strong, murderous aura. When they saw this figure, the faces of the people from the Wanxiang auction changed. This was because they knew that the middle-aged man in front of them was none other than the life hunters that they had mentioned before. Only those assassins could have such a strong, murderous aura. One of the old men sighed. We didn't mean to insult Zhui Ming. We were just a little impatient. The middle-aged man from before snorted coldly. What? You guys are incompetent and failed twice in a row. You don't even allow us to speak. You should know that we paid the spirit stones. We gave you such a large sum of spirit stones, but you still couldn't complete the task. Damn it. At this time, the black-robed assassin said coldly, You don't have to worry about the assassination. That person called Lin Xian is already on our kill list. Now, even if you didn't give us the task list, we would still kill him. I'm here to inform you of this matter. Hearing this, the people from the Wanxiang auction were overjoyed. Many of them even looked excited. The must-kill list of the life-chasing organization was an extremely terrifying list, because no one who had been on that list had been able to survive until now. Now that Lin Xian was on the list, they believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be assassinated. When they thought of this, they revealed a sinister smile. It seemed that the two failures had really angered the life hunters. They must have put Lin Xian on the kill list to protect their reputation. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's strength, it would be impossible for him to be on the list. This was because everyone on the kill list was a very famous and powerful martial artist. Seeing the excited expressions of the crowd, the middle-aged assassin from the life hunters said coldly, I finished speaking, but when I came here, I heard that someone dared to slander our life hunters. This made me very angry. At the end of his sentence, a terrifying, murderous aura exuded from the assassin's body. It formed a materialized light that spread out in all directions. The entire space suddenly froze. Everyone trembled as if they were being choked by their necks and could not breathe. The middle-aged man from the Wanxiang auction narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. This was because he felt a cold, murderous aura locking onto him. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. With a horrified expression, he turned around and fled. However, just as he turned around, a crescent moonlight suddenly flashed in the air and slashed directly at his head. Puff! Fresh blood spurted into the sky. A human head flew high up into the air before landing heavily on the ground. The middle-aged man from the auction quickly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They were all terrified. They didn't expect the black-robed man in front of them to kill them. You. One of the old men was so angry that his whole body trembled. The life hunters slowly put away the crescent moon blade in his hand and said coldly, Life hunters cannot be humiliated. Those who dare to humiliate life hunters will disappear from this world. I hope you guys will keep your mouths shut in the future. Otherwise, you will end up like him. After saying this, the middle-aged assassin's body gradually faded. In the end, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The surrounding martial artists stared at the headless corpse on the ground and felt a chill. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that these people had already started to move. He was especially busy now because the Immortal Martial Academy had released another big move. The Immortal Martial Academy was going to auction off a wordless stone tablet. This stone tablet was left behind by a king. Because it was a king from ancient times, it contained the insights of that king when he was in seclusion. There were even some self-created martial arts. When this news spread out, the entire Blood Realm was shocked. Countless powerful venerables were abnormally agitated. Their faces flushed red, and they couldn't wait to fly over and participate in this auction. King, that was the peak existence of the continent. Moreover, that stone tablet was left behind by an ancient king. To an ancient king, that was even more terrifying. His strength must have been incomparably powerful. The items left behind by such a character would definitely be extraordinary. Moreover, this stone tablet was left behind by the ancient king. The things contained within would definitely be unimaginable. Hence, all the supreme experts were extremely agitated. Not only so, even the ordinary martial artists were incomparably shocked. They discussed incessantly and screamed incessantly. F***K. This Immortal Martial Academy is really generous. They can actually take out such a precious item. Chapter 1047. It's not just the Blood Realm. The entire Sky Martial Continent is shaken. The insights left behind by a king are the best in the continent. No matter who obtains it, it will be a heaven-defying fortune. Furthermore, it was left behind by an ancient king. Even those king families cannot ignore it. You're absolutely right. I heard that a few king families outside have already started to move. Those 6-star sects are also heading there. Once the news was out, everyone was shocked. King families were the top forces in the continent. There were only a few of them in the entire Sky Martial Continent. Now, a wordless stone tablet had attracted all of them. This was absolutely shocking news. After Lin Xian heard it, he was also shocked. He did not expect the academy to take out such a precious item. However, after the shock, he was overjoyed. Once the news was out, the whole world would be shaken. At that time, countless powerful forces and peerless experts would come to participate in the auction. This would definitely make his auction the grandest auction in history. With this kind of reputation, it would be much easier to hold auctions in the future. Lin Xian was also excited. He decided to refine some purple spirit pills and auction them together. As the news spread, countless martial artists started to move towards Wenfeng City. Not only the Blood Realm's major forces, even the entire Sky Martial Continent's experts were coming. In a short period of time, Wenfeng City became the center of attention of the entire Sky Martial Continent. A storm was brewing in Windy City, and many experts had arrived. The Immortal Martial Auction was also completed with the final decorations. Originally, the Immortal Martial Auction was surrounded by a huge illusory array. No one could see the situation inside. However, on this day, Lin Xian finally gave the order to remove the illusory array. As the faint light disappeared, a huge palace appeared in front of everyone. This palace was extremely majestic. It was like a huge mountain standing in the middle of Wenfeng City. This was the newly built Immortal Martial Auction. It was extremely grand and could even accommodate 100,000 people. Compared to the previous Wanshan auction, this auction was much more majestic. There was no comparison between the two. At this moment, all the martial artists in Wenfeng City raised their heads and looked at the huge palace in the middle. Then, everyone let out a shocking exclamation. There was no way around it. It was too majestic. The entire palace was suffused with a faint purple light. The entire structure was built with purple spirit wood and could be said to be incomparably solid. The purple light flickered like clouds of purple chi, continuously rolling and enveloping the entire palace. The huge building was richly carved with all kinds of precious beasts, and they were as lifelike as pine trees. How was this an auction? This was simply a heavenly palace. Lin Xian was also very satisfied with the appearance of this auction. He, Wan Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others climbed up to the top of the palace. Standing on top of a tall building, they leaned on the railing and looked down. He knew that in the near future, a super auction would be held here. This was going to be an unprecedented golden age. It far exceeded the previous Wancheng auction, as he knew that the participants of the auction this time were all terrifying figures and peerless experts. Even in the entire Sky Martial continent, such a standard was rarely seen. After that, Lin Xian led Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others to carefully inspect the formations in the palace. Everyone nodded in satisfaction and excitement. "By the way, how are the preparations for the auction going?" Lin Xian asked. "It's almost done. The main items are all provided by the school, but we have also promoted it in the school, so many students are willing to take out their treasures and auction them. Also, many forces in the blood field are willing to auction here. The quantity and quality are enough. Coupled with the few precious items provided by the school, this auction is definitely enough to shock the world," Wan Li said. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He was very confident in Wang Li's work. However, in the next moment, he suddenly frowned and looked at the sky, his expression extremely solemn. The dark red divine dragon also flew out of the demonic beast pouch with a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura! Then the situation changed, and an unusually oppressive atmosphere enveloped Windy City. At this moment, not only Lin Xian, but all the martial artists in the city felt it. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky in horror. They did not understand what was happening, but they knew that the aura was too terrifying, enough to destroy the entire Windy City. Fortunately, although the aura was terrifying, it did not carry any offensive power. Otherwise, the martial artists in the city would not be able to withstand it. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, a black shadow floated over from afar like a dark cloud. When the crowd saw the true appearance of the black shadow, they all opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he took a deep breath. The clouds in the sky rolled like the roar of a wild beast. Suddenly, countless rays of light surged out from the clouds, each of them extremely dazzling, like a divine rainbow. Then the rays of light became brighter and brighter, finally piercing through the clouds and completely tearing the clouds apart. A huge spiritual boat appeared. It was entirely white and was completely made of high-quality divine jade. It was like a wild beast, breaking through the sky from afar. Along with its arrival, countless rays of light hung down, and a terrifying and suffocating aura came with it. Countless people were terrified because the aura was too terrifying. It must be someone from a super force. Sure enough, in the next moment, the white jade divine boat floated above Windy City and did not land. It seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew that a big shot from a top force had arrived, but because the auction had not yet begun, they had not come out. He did not expect that such a big shot would come early. It seemed that the temptation of the King's Steel was not small. However, what shocked him was that after the white jade divine boat arrived, another terrifying aura descended. In the distance, a terrifying roar suddenly came, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was like the roar of a wild beast. Hearing that sound, all the martial artists in Windy City felt their blood boil, as if it was about to rush out of their bodies. Some of the weaker martial artists even turned pale and sat on the ground. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, countless rays of light flashed, and 9 huge flood dragons appeared in the sky, side by side. Behind them, a bronze chariot that was suffused with divine light was quickly approaching. The 9 flood dragons were huge, and they roared ferociously. They soared through the clouds, bringing with them a shocking power of wind and thunder as they rushed over. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even the experts from the blood field who had come earlier were shocked and terrified. There were only a few days until the auction, so all the big forces and experts of the Blood Realm had come to Windy City. Among these people, there were sixth heaven venerables. There were patriarchs of big families and sect masters of powerful religions. They thought that they were big shots above everyone else in the Blood Realm. However, at this moment, compared to the other party, they were insignificant. Chapter 1048. 9 Jiao Dragons Pulling the Chariot. This method was absolutely heaven-defying. One had to know that these were Jiao dragons. Although they weren't real dragons, they still had the blood of dragons. They could be said to be incomparably powerful, truly terrifying beasts. Even some of the strongest experts couldn't fight against them. However, such terrifying beasts were being used to pull a chariot, and there were 9 of them. Just thinking about this scene made one's heart tremble. 9 Jiao dragons pulling a gigantic bronze chariot. That kind of scene was extremely spectacular. To be able to use 9 Jiao dragons to pull a chariot, that person was definitely a peerless figure. Such a person, even if you searched the entire Blood Realm, you wouldn't be able to find more than a few. Only those powerful king clans would have such boldness. The 9 Jiao dragons roared ferociously, their gigantic bodies filling up the space. They also stopped above Wind-Seeking City and didn't land. Everyone looked at the sky above the city and sucked in a breath of cold air. However, they were extremely excited in their hearts. One had to know that normally they wouldn't have the chance to see these big shots, not to mention such a spectacle. But today, in just one day, they actually saw 2 peerless figures. This was an earth-shattering event to them. Moreover, they believed that as the auction went on, there would definitely be more terrifying figures arriving. Lin Xian had already informed the Immortal Martial Academy about what happened here. The appearance of such a big shot wasn't something he could handle. He had to invite the elders or palace masters of the academy. The academy didn't delay and directly sent the elders to Wind-Seeking City. Sect Master Lin Xian was in charge of everything. Very quickly, time flowed. It was less than 3 days before the start of the Immortal Martial Auction. Wind-Seeking City was extremely lively with all kinds of powerful cultivators walking around. The white jade divine ark and the 9 Jiao chariot stopped high in the sky, becoming a spectacle. On this day, the void fluctuated again. A gigantic figure covered the sky, thousands of miles long, majestically coming from afar. It was a gigantic divine bird with 3 heads. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Wherever it passed, there would be sounds of wind and thunder, causing the entire void to tremble. Accompanying it was a terrifying and vast aura, rolling over like the waves of the sea. Divine Bird Palace. Many martial artists below sucked in a breath of cold air, because in the Tianwu continent, only the Divine Bird Palace had such a powerful and terrifying 3-headed divine bird. Countless people's hearts trembled. They did not expect that another powerful force would descend upon Wind-Seeking City. The huge 3-headed divine bird circled in the air, riding on the clouds. Then, with a few flashes of light, countless powerful figures flew down quickly. In an instant, the cultivators of the Divine Bird Palace landed on the street. Their faces were arrogant, and they walked with majestic gait. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, which made the surrounding martial artists not dare to approach them. Soon, these people disappeared from the streets, leaving behind numerous martial artists who were trembling in fear. However, before these martial artists could come back to their senses, another phenomenon appeared in the sky. A shocking sword light flew over from the distance, splitting mountains and splitting rivers. It was incomparably terrifying, and it tore the clouds in half. Terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions. A gigantic, heavenly sword appeared in the sky. It was engraved with densely packed inscriptions and emitted a terrifying energy. White figures flew out from the huge sword, and they were like rays of sword light rushing down instantly. This was a group of swordsmen. Every one of them was dressed in white robes. and they carried long swords on their backs. Their expressions were extremely sharp, like unsheathed swords. Deity, sword manner. Seeing this group of people, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. This was definitely a terrifying force. Soon, the elders of the Celestial Martial Academy came and invited these people in. Next, various powerful forces arrived one after another. Lin Xian followed Hall Master Wan to receive them. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the sky, and countless rays of light gathered, as if a sun had descended upon wind-seeking city. That terrifying aura was unbearable to the crowd. So terrifying, what is that? Countless people looked at this scene, and their hearts trembled. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the golden sun spun rapidly and finally formed a human figure. It was an old man in a Taoist robe. His body shone with a golden light, as if he was covered in golden feathers, emitting a metallic luster. Taoist Golden Crow. When Hall Master Wan saw that figure, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went up to him. Beside him, Lin Xian was also shocked because he had seen Taoist Golden Crow before. Previously, he had seen Taoist Golden Crow forging weapons on the 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. He didn't expect that he would meet him again. When Taoist Golden Crow appeared, he didn't look at Hall Master Wan directly. Instead, he frowned and looked at the other side of the sky. Seeing this scene, the crowd was puzzled. However, Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly, and his cold voice rang out. "Who are you? Acting so sneakily. I hate people like you the most." After saying that, he waved his hand, and countless rays of golden light gathered. It was as if a pair of golden wings had streaked across the sky. Countless rays of golden light pierced through the sky and flew to a corner of the sky. The crowd was shocked and their eyes widened. They couldn't understand, because there was no one there. Why would this old man do that? However, at the next moment, they understood. There was nothing in the sky at first, but suddenly there were several screams. Then, terrifying blood spread out, dyeing the sky red. 5 black-clothed corpses fell from the sky. Each of them had countless golden feathers piercing through their bodies. Seeing the corpses, many people screamed in shock. The Life Chaser organization. Lin Xian's face turned ghastly pale. Needless to say, those people were there to kill him. However, he didn't expect Taoist Golden Crow to attack first and kill them. As the 5 corpses fell to the ground, another figure quickly ran off into the distance like a ghostly wisp of smoke. However, Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand like a giant beast claw and grabbed upward. Soon, the illusory figure was forced out of the sky. It was an old man with gray hair. His eyes were like the god of death, and they were filled with a terrifying, murderous aura. "How dare you touch me? I'm a member of the Life Chaser organization." The old man roared ferociously. "Who are you? It's none of my business. How dare you act sneakily in front of me? Only death awaits you." Taoist Golden Crow snorted coldly. He stretched out his giant palm, which was shining with a terrifying golden light, and grabbed toward the old man. He didn't care who the old man was and attacked directly. "Humph." The old man in black also shouted angrily, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The aura was too terrifying. It was like a flash flood, and it made people despair. 6th level honorable realm. Everyone screamed when they felt the aura. Lin Xian's face turned ghastly pale in an instant. He didn't expect the other party to send a peerless assassin like a 6th level honorable realm to kill him. Chapter 1049. This battle was extremely dangerous for Lin Xian. One had to know that even though he was powerful and was the leader of the younger generation, he was only at the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Even if he went all out, he could at most fight against a 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm. But against a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm, he had no power to fight back. It could be said that if the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm attacked, he would definitely die. The surrounding people were also shocked. They naturally knew about the hatred between Lin Xian and the life-chasing organization, but they did not expect that the life-chasing organization would send a sixth heaven of the Venerable Realm to kill Lin Xian. This was definitely a death situation. Even Hall Master Wan's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Xian was a genius disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, but the life-chasing organization did not care about the Immortal Martial Academy and sent such a peerless assassin to kill Lin Xian. This made him extremely angry. Fortunately, Taoist Golden Crow had attacked, otherwise he would have attacked too. In the void, the black-robed old man emitted the powerful aura of a sixth heaven of the Venerable Realm. He was like a god of war, looking disdainfully at the surroundings as he resisted the terrifying palm. However, Taoist Golden Crow snorted in disdain. "Assassin! I hate assassins the most. Die! Die!" In the sky, the golden palm flew out with a flickering golden light. It was like a golden sun as it quickly rushed towards the black-robed old man. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if a real sun was held in Taoist Golden Crow's hand and blasted in all directions. Bang! The two collided. Without any suspense, the black-robed old man was forcefully refined by the golden sun and turned into a bloody mist under the horrified gazes of the crowd. In the end, all the blood in the sky evaporated, leaving nothing behind. It was as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd trembled violently and their scalps went numb. A strong sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. That was a sixth heaven of the Venerable Realm, an extremely powerful existence. However, he could not even withstand a single blow and was forcefully refined into a bloody mist. In the end, not even a trace of blood was left behind. This old man is too terrifying. Who exactly is he? Could it be that the sect leader of a sixth-rank sect has attacked? Everyone discussed spiritedly, not daring to believe what they were seeing. It was because this type of method was just too terrifying, too heaven-defying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. His heart was pounding wildly, and he felt the blood in his body boiling. This was a true peerless expert. To be able to kill a sixth-layer martial venerable assassin with a single move, Yi Chun didn't take the other party seriously at all. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely excited. He knew that this was his true goal. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the excitement in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a shocking light, because he believed that one day he would also reach such heights. Temple Master Wan's expression was grave. He moved and quickly took Taoist Golden Crow away. Knowing that the terrifying figure had disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They found that the clothes on their backs were completely soaked, as if they had gone through a great battle. Who exactly was that old man? However, it was so terrifying that it could kill a sixth heaven venerable in one move. Taoist Golden Crow, he is Taoist Golden Crow. Someone said with a trembling voice. Are you saying that he is the peerless demon who has lived for more than 1,000 years, an expert from the Golden Crow clan? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that such a powerful old man wasn't a human, but a demon. Not only that, he was from the Golden Crow clan, which was extremely powerful among the demons. It was no wonder that he was so domineering and didn't take the life-chasing organization seriously at all. The Golden Crow clan was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that could compete with the Human King clans. Why would they take an assassin organization seriously? After knowing the other party's identity, everyone was shocked. Taoist Golden Crow attacked the life-chasing organization. Could it be that he was protecting Lin Xian? Everyone guessed. If that was the case, the news was too terrifying. No, it doesn't look like it. I guess he doesn't like people hiding around him. A martial artist said. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Just because he hated the other party's actions, he banned all the assassins from the life-chasing organization in one move. This was too domineering and arrogant. However, no one dared to say anything because he had the right to be domineering and arrogant. In the crowd, the people from the Vientiane auction were also mixed in. When they saw this scene, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They didn't expect the life-chasing organization to send a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin to kill Lin Xian. However, what was even more unexpected was that these assassins were mercilessly killed before they could even make a move. The reason was that the other party didn't like people hiding around him. Needless to say, these assassins were really unlucky. Damn it, that brat's luck is so good. He actually dodged that sure-kill attack. The people from the Vientiane auction looked ferocious. They were gritting their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Originally, Lin Xian would definitely die if a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin attacked. But now, all their plans were in vain. Let's go, we can't stay here any longer. There are too many big shots around him. If we attack now, it's tantamount to courting death. The people from the Vientiane auction retreated. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to joke around with their lives. The group of people quickly escaped through the crowd. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. The people from the Liu clan were also shocked. They also saw this scene and their eyelids twitched. Elder, what should we do? Do we still follow the original plan? A middle-aged man asked. The leader was a grand elder from the Liu family. His eyelids twitched when he heard this. Cancel the plan. Don't attack. There are too many big shots. If we anger any of them, we won't be able to fight against them. Let's wait until the auction is over. The grand elder of the Liu family immediately cancelled the plan to assassinate Lin Xian. He was really scared. Even a sixth heaven venerable realm assassin was killed in one move. He didn't dare to take the risk now. If Lin Xian still had such a person around him, he would be dead for sure. For a moment, those who wanted to kill Lin Xian all hid themselves. They didn't dare to show their faces. However, none of this could escape Lin Xian's eyes. Brother Xian, I found out that the people from the Vientiane auction and the Liu family have come to Wind-Seeking City. Moreover, according to various signs, the life-chasing organization was invited by the Vientiane auction. Yu Fei quickly said from the side. He'd entered the venerable realm a long time ago. Moreover, he'd relied on his outstanding intelligence, gathering skills, and the enormous resources in Lin Xian's possession to establish an intelligence network that was beginning to take shape. He didn't dare to say anything about other places, but in Wind-Seeking City, no movement could escape his eyes. Therefore, the Vientiane auction and the Liu family's movements were all under his control. Send someone to keep a close eye on them. Be careful. Don't make a move on the Liu family. As for the Vientiane auction, let Dongfang take care of it with a group of people. Chapter 1050. The other party had sent assassins to assassinate him time and time again. This time, it was even more dangerous. They had actually sent out a sixth-level venerable. If it weren't for the special circumstances, he would have been assassinated already. He wouldn't be lenient towards such an enemy. As for the Liu family, since they dared to make a move on him, he wouldn't let them off either. However, now wasn't the time. Yu Fei received the order and quickly left, preparing to send people to monitor the two parties. Dongfang Xiong even brought an elite team from the Dragon Sword Pavilion to work together with Yu Fei. After giving the orders, Lin Xian didn't pay any more attention to them. His attention was completely focused on the auction. Originally, he was still worried that the Liu family and the life-chasing organization would cause trouble. However, it seemed like this worry was completely gone, because the lineup for this auction was too strong. Peerless experts from all the major powers had come. There was no need for Lin Xian to say anything. There was definitely no one who would dare to cause trouble here. Whoever made a move here would become the enemy of all the major powers. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, the immortal martial auction finally began. Above Wind-Seeking City, on the huge white Jade Divine Land and the Nine Dragon Chariot, two important figures entered the immortal martial auction under the invitation of the Immortal Martial Academy's elders. The huge palace emitted a faint purple light, emitting a dreamy color. The peerless experts from the major powers were led into the auction by the Wan Palace's Ming clan. As for the younger generation, Lin Xian was in charge. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't receiving ordinary people. He was receiving the younger generation of the major powers. During this process, he met the Shen family's disciple again. This time, other than Shen Yulong and the 6th-level pill inscription master, there was another young man. The young man was handsome. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. Every move he made had an extraordinary temperament. Lin Xian discovered that even the 6 pill inscription masters were standing behind this person. Seeing this, Lin Xian was very surprised. However, he didn't care. No matter who the other party was, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in this auction. When Shen Yulong and the 6th-grade alchemy inscription master saw Lin Xian, their faces instantly darkened. Yo, I didn't expect to meet the 2 geniuses of the Shen family again. Lin Xian looked at the Shen Yulong duo and said indifferently. Hearing the word genius, Shen Yulong and the gloomy young man's faces turned even darker. When others called them geniuses, they would feel proud and complacent. However, when Lin Xian called them geniuses, they felt like they were being mocked and despised. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Whether it was strength or talent, he was stronger than them. Shen Yulong snorted coldly, his expression extremely gloomy. That 6th-grade alchemist's countenance turned even darker as he coldly spoke. Don't be so complacent. Aren't you just relying on the backing of the Immortal Martial Academy to host an auction? What's there to be arrogant about? Although he was shouting coldly, there was a strong sense of jealousy in his words. Holding an auction isn't a big deal, but you probably won't have the chance to do so in your lifetime. Lin Xian shrugged. Moreover, you seem to be inferior to me in alchemy, right? You. Hearing this, the gloomy young man trembled with anger. However, he soon started laughing coldly. Who knows if that 7th-grade pill was concocted by you? Maybe it was concocted by an elder of the Immortal Martial Academy, and you're just an imposter. Don't think that your alchemy skills are unparalleled under the heavens. In my opinion, there are plenty of people who can trample you to death. There are indeed plenty of people, but you aren't one of them. Lin Xian shrugged, with an indifferent expression on his face. Hearing this, the gloomy young man had the urge to vomit blood. At this moment, the handsome young man beside him who had been silent all this, suddenly spoke. You are that Lin Xian? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and an air of arrogance could be seen between his brows. That's right, it's him. Before Lin Xian could speak, the 6th-grade alchemist beside him gritted his teeth and spoke. Hearing this, the handsome young man nodded, after which his eyes narrowed as an indescribable energy gushed out from his body, gushing towards Lin Xian. Feeling this energy, Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and his expression sank. This was because he could feel that this was the power of soul force, and it was an extremely powerful soul force. This soul force far surpassed that of the gloomy young man beside him. To be able to reach this level of soul force, he definitely wasn't simple. At this moment, the handsome young man slowly spoke. His soul force was very strong, but it didn't seem to have reached the standard of a 7th-grade alchemist. This strength was only at the peak of a 6th-grade alchemist. But compared to me, the difference was too great. The handsome young man shook his head. Hearing this, Shen Yulong and the gloomy young man's expressions changed, and soon after, a joyful smile appeared on their faces. Like I said, how could he be a 7th-grade alchemist? Now it seems like he really isn't. That's right, refining a 7th-grade pill? That's just a bunch of nonsense. In my opinion, that pill wasn't refined by him at all. The 2 of them looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile on their faces. At this moment, the handsome young man spoke again. Brat, you can't be too arrogant, especially when it comes to alchemy. You should tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. You should know that there are many people who are more outstanding than you. At least compared to me, you're nothing. The handsome young man's face was full of arrogance, and his eyebrows were filled with conceit. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. The gloomy young man also sneered. Of course, with Brother Tianyu making a move, he definitely won't be a match for you. Brat, in front of Brother Tianyu, you're nothing. However, the handsome young man shook his head. Unless it's a 7th-grade alchemist, no one is worthy of me making a move. After saying this, he directly walked into the auction house and didn't look at Lin Xian again. Seeing the handsome young man walk in, Shen Yulong and the gloomy young man sneered and quickly followed. Looking at the 3 figures, Wang Li was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Who do they think they are? They actually dare to be arrogant in front of Brother Xian. Yeah, Brother Xian, why don't you teach them a lesson? Look at that brat's arrogant attitude. Those who don't know would think that he's a pill king. Another Dragon Sword Pavilion disciple also had a face full of anger. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The other party was too arrogant. However, he didn't act blindly without thinking, because from the soul force test just now, he knew that the other party's soul force was very powerful and had already reached the level of a 7th-grade alchemist. This was definitely a powerful opponent. Don't underestimate him. He should be a 7th-grade alchemist, Lin Xian slowly said. A 7th-grade alchemist. Him. Wang Li and the others were shocked, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the handsome young man was actually a 7th-grade alchemist. This couldn't help but be shocked. It had to be known that 7th-grade alchemists were extremely rare and precious, and every one of them was a VIP that various powers fought over. Ordinary 7th-grade alchemists were all old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years, and there were very few young people like him. Chapter 1051. Brother Xian, are we just going to let him continue to be arrogant? Wang Li and the others were unconvinced. Don't worry if he comes looking for trouble. I'll let him know that a 7th-grade alchemist is nothing. Lin Xian's mouth curled into a sneer. Seeing this smile, Wang Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Looking at the situation, Lin Xian didn't seem to be afraid of the 7th-grade alchemist. Let's go. The reception is almost done. I think the auction should be starting soon. Lin Xian looked at the time and said in a deep voice. Then they also walked into the auction. After entering the auction, Lin Xian directly went to the 3rd floor. There was a VIP room there that was specially built for him, because from there he could clearly see every scene in the auction, taking in everything in a panoramic view. After entering the VIP room, Lin Xian looked down through the huge crystal glass. The entire main hall was filled with a sea of people. The black mass of heads was everywhere. The 100,000 seats were all filled. In addition, every VIP room was filled with important figures. Damn, that Taoist golden crow really came. Wang Li looked down and said with a face full of fear. Sure enough, Lin Xian saw the old Taoist golden crow sitting in the middle. The warriors around him were also experts, but at this moment, in front of the old Taoist golden crow, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This old Taoist golden crow is definitely here for the throne stone tablet. Wang Li and the others' mouths twitched. Although there were many rare treasures in this auction, there was no doubt that the King's Stone tablet was the final treasure. Lin Xian looked down and was also surprised. That old man can't be an elder of the Shen family, right? His eyelids twitched in shock because that old man was too terrifying. There were 108 rings of light behind him that were very bright, like a Buddha. Lin Xian had seen this kind of cultivation technique on Xin Yaotian, but compared to this old man, it was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. This terrifying old man was surrounded by a group of people and entered the VIP room. Damn, look at that person. He actually has 3 heads. Wang Li pointed at a figure below who was walking with a majestic gait. They are from the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian's gaze was slightly gloomy. He had some conflicts with this sect before. Back then, he had killed many disciples of Divine Bird Palace. He thought that this sect was nothing, but now it seemed that it was not so simple. There was definitely a reason why the other party could become a powerful rank 6 sect. Just the strength of the few people below was too terrifying. Although it was said to have 3 heads, it was actually 1 human head and 2 divine bird phantoms. However, the illusory image was too solid, as if it was real. These 3 heads contained the power of wind, fire, and lightning, respectively. Lin Xian could even feel the power of his martial soul from the 3 heads. Could it be the triplet martial soul? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he thought of this possibility. If his guess was correct, then the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace were absolutely powerful. A group of people from the Divine Bird Palace also walked into a VIP room in a grandiose manner. At this time, Lin Xian's gaze also moved away from the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace and looked in another direction because he felt a sharp sword chi. That aura was too powerful, as if a peerless divine sword had appeared in the world. Who is that middle-aged man? So terrifying. Wang Li said with a frightened face. Just looking at the other party caused his eyes to hurt and his body to feel like it was being split open. He should be from the deity Sword Villa. Lin Xian said. In the Tianwu continent, he could not think of a second sect other than the deity Sword Villa that had such a powerful sword chi. Looking at the figure, Lin Xian was moved. He felt that the great dragon sword soul in his body was unusually loud. Taking a deep breath, he operated his mysterious art and suppressed the great dragon sword soul. The other party was too terrifying. He did not deliberately mobilize his aura, but just the overflowing aftermath could cause the great dragon sword soul in his body to fluctuate. This was absolutely shocking. One by one, the big shots walked into the auction house and then entered the VIP rooms. Soon, Lin Xian saw that Murong Qingqing had also arrived, along with Ancestor Qiyu. However, these people were accompanying an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man bowed with his hands behind his back, as if he was an ordinary old man. There was nothing unusual about him. However, Ancestor Qiyu followed behind him very respectfully. This was enough to show that the old man was extraordinary. When all the experts entered the VIP rooms, the entire auction house was extremely lively. Dong! A low and deep voice rang out, echoing throughout the auction hall. Suddenly, the entire auction house quieted down. Countless people looked forward in anticipation because they knew that the auction was about to begin. At the front, there was an auction stage made of 1,000-year-old purple spirit wood. On it, 2 real dragons were carved, circling each other, fighting for a dragon pearl. The entire auction stage was emitting a light purple light. It was abnormally gentle and emitted a mysterious power. An old man with a sage-like demeanor walked up to the auction stage, smiling as he looked around. Lin Xian had seen this old man before. He was an elder of the 10,000 Treasure Hall and was invited to host this auction. 12 beautiful girls were divided into 2 rows. Each of them held a wooden box made of purple spirit wood in their hands and covered it with a red cloth. Obviously, these 12 wooden boxes contained the items that were going to be auctioned. The items that were going to be auctioned at the beginning wouldn't be too valuable, which was why the big shots didn't take a fancy to them. However, these items weren't ordinary either. One could tell from the reactions of the ordinary cultivators. The old man with a sage-like demeanor was obviously an expert at auctioning. With just a few words, he stirred up the atmosphere of the auction house. Soon, 3 items were successfully auctioned off, and the atmosphere of the auction house was completely livened up. The auctioneer looked at the bustling hall and smiled. Then he said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a type of pill. It was concocted by an outstanding disciple of our academy." Hearing that it was a pill concocted by a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, the big shots instantly lost interest. In their opinion, what kind of pill could a little disciple concoct? But in the next moment, they were in an uproar because the auctioneer continued. This pill was called the Purple Spirit Pill and was a 7th grade pill. Its effect was very special. It could allow the cultivator to enter an ethereal state. In this state, the cultivator could repair and perfect their martial soul. What? A 7th grade pill. Repair the martial soul. Hearing this, all the cultivators in the hall were completely shocked. Then, all sorts of discussions broke out. It can't be. Isn't this a pill concocted by a disciple? How could it be a 7th grade pill? Did I hear wrongly? Yeah, this is too unbelievable. Why do I feel that this isn't real? It can even cultivate the martial soul. Is there really such a miraculous pill? Chapter 1052. At this moment, the auctioneer said indifferently, "Everyone, the Immortal Martial Academy has a reputation. Do you still need to doubt it?" Hearing this, everyone's hearts were completely at ease. That's right, this was the Immortal Martial Academy, one of the top forces in the Tianwu continent. How could they lie? After confirming the authenticity of the information, these people became excited once again. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They had never heard of a pill that could improve one's martial soul. However, just by hearing the effects, they knew that this thing was extremely rare. Not only those martial artists, but even some 5th or 6th heavenly layer venerables were also excited. They quickly bid, wanting to get this pill. 40 million, 50 million. Don't fight, I'll bid 80 million. Fuck, you want to buy this pill with 80 million? Dream on, I'll bid 100 million. Everyone started to compete and raise the price. Moreover, those who bid were all experts of the older generation. Those of the younger generation looked at each other with bitter smiles. They realized that they couldn't get involved at all. Looking at this fiery scene, Lin Xian revealed a smile. He knew that the Purple Spirit Pill's effects were great, but he didn't expect it to be so popular. Those experts of the older generation were all madly bidding as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Li was also extremely excited when he saw this scene. I originally thought that only the younger generation was interested, but I didn't expect the older generation to bid so crazily. This was normal. In fact, these people of the older generation were the ones who really needed the Purple Spirit Pill. Because their cultivation had reached a certain height and reached a bottleneck, it was extremely difficult for them to improve further. Moreover, they weren't young anymore. Some of them had even lived for hundreds of years. It was obvious that their talent had reached its limit. Unless they had a fortuitous encounter or a heavenly treasure, they would be able to improve further. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they give it up? In the end, the pill was sold for 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian had refined a total of 3 purple spirit pills and bought them separately. Therefore, the price of the remaining 2 pills didn't decrease, but increased by a lot. The second pill was sold for 350 million mid-grade spirit stones. The third pill was even more shocking, reaching 400 million. This made Lin Xian extremely shocked. In just a short while, more than 1 billion had already entered his account. This kind of money-making speed could be said to be godly. Lin Xian was in a good mood. At this time, on the auction stage, the auctioneer laughed again. The next item to be auctioned had an extraordinary origin. It was an ancient artifact. An ancient artifact. Hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. Even the big shots in the VIP rooms were surprised. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the auctioneer smiled. Then he clapped his hands, and 6 girls walked out from behind. These 6 girls were not weak, but at this moment they looked very strained. With every step he took, the ground shook slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised. They all stretched their necks and looked forward. It was a pagoda with a total of 6 levels. It was completely black, but looking at it now, it was indeed dim. There were even some damages on the surface. Incomplete? Many people looked disappointed when they saw the damaged pagoda. The VIPs in the VIP rooms, in particular, immediately lost interest. Some people were even dissatisfied. How could a broken item be put up for auction? That's right, what's the use of this thing? Everyone was dissatisfied. However, the auctioneer was not displeased at all. Instead, he said with a smile, "Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. This is an ancient artifact. Even if it's an ancient artifact, it's still broken. I'm afraid its effect is not as good as a mid-grade, spirit-grade artifact." Many people still shook their heads. However, some of the older generation people looked suspicious because the auctioneer had mentioned an ancient artifact twice in a row. Could it be that there was something special about this pagoda? Could you explain in detail? One of the older generation people asked. Hearing this, the auctioneer smiled slightly and continued. This pagoda was found in an ancient ruin. The ancient ruin was very old, at least 10,000 years old. 10,000 years! Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was not a short period of time. In fact, it could be said to be very long. One had to know that a king could live for at most 3,000 years. One could imagine how long 10,000 years was. Therefore, hearing this, everyone fell silent and listened carefully. The auctioneer continued, "We've confirmed that this pagoda was refined by an expert who was half a step into the king realm. The pagoda contains extremely profound inscriptions, and these inscriptions are all ancient inscriptions." Everyone was shocked when they heard the auctioneer's words. Half a step into the king realm. Such a figure was extraordinary. After all, king realm experts were the overlords of the heavens and the earth. There were only a few king realm experts in the entire Martial Sky continent. Moreover, no new king realm experts had appeared in the last few thousand years. So, it was obvious how difficult it was to become a king realm expert. Half a step into the king realm was sufficient to prove one's terrifying natural talent. So long as nothing unexpected happened, one would become a true king realm expert in the end. This kind of person was absolutely shocking and brilliant. So, the treasured artifact refined by that person was definitely a shocking treasure. At this moment, it wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were shocked. Even the great figures in the VIP rooms couldn't remain calm. Even though they were great figures, they were still very far away from the king realm. It was even to the extent that they didn't know if they would be able to touch that boundary in their lifetime. Now, if they were able to obtain a half-step king realm treasure, they would even have the chance to comprehend the inscriptions of the laws within it. Since they had the chance to approach the king realm, just thinking about such a thing made them excited, because becoming a king realm expert was every cultivator's wish. So, those great figures couldn't sit still and made their moves. 300 million, the Shin clan bid. 500 million, the deity Sword Villa bid, quickly. 700 million, these were the experts of the deity Bird Palace. When they heard this price, the expressions of most cultivators changed. It couldn't be helped. This price was too terrifying. It was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Not many people could accept such a price. Those cultivators smiled bitterly because they didn't even have the chance to bid. Lin Xian was also shocked. He hadn't expected such a precious item to appear so quickly. Moreover, these prices were really too high. Looking at the price, it wasn't lower than a half-earth rank treasure at all. It was even higher. The great figures of the king clans bid a few times and didn't say anything else. Because there were true kings in their clans, they weren't too excited about a half-step king realm treasure. However, it was different for the others. After all, there were only a few king clans, and the others didn't have the chance to comprehend a king realm treasure. Especially those rank 6 sects, all of them were envious. Their forces were powerful, and they were only inferior to the king clans. If they could obtain this treasure, perhaps a true king realm expert would appear in their sect. Chapter 1053. The eyes of those rank 6 sects were all red. They were powerful and were only second to the king clans. If they could get their hands on this item, a true king clans might appear in their sect. At that time they would no longer be rank 6 sects, but king clans. because this broken pagoda might be related to whether they had the chance to become king clans. Therefore, this was a great opportunity for them. No one could resist this temptation. Therefore, at this moment, the eyes of the rank 6 sects were all red, and they went crazy. In the end, the broken pagoda was bought by the deity Sword Manor at a price of 5 billion. 5 billion. This price was even more expensive than when Lin Xian bought the Lone Star Sword. This was just a broken pagoda. One could imagine how much it would cost if it was a complete pagoda. This was a king clan's. Anything that was related to a king clan's was a treasure that defied the heavens. In the VIP room, Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the scene. He did not expect the academy to auction such a precious item. This was really a big deal. Perhaps only a top force like the Immortal Martial Academy could have such a background. On the purple spiritual wood stage, the auctioneer nodded his head in satisfaction. Finally, he said loudly, the next item to be auctioned is also very precious. It can be said to be extinct. Extinct? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and showed an interested expression one after another. Because of the previous experience of the pagoda, everyone was very confident in this auction. Since the auctioneer said that it was extinct, it might really be extinct. What exactly was it? Why was it so mysterious? Extinct? Could it be some kind of spiritual medicine? Someone was puzzled. As expected, when this was said, many people nodded their heads and discussed. Of course, some people said that it was some kind of cultivation technique. In any case, the entire auction house was once again in an intense discussion. Lin Xian was also surprised. He frowned and was also thinking about what this extinct item was. The auctioneer took a deep breath and took out a wooden box and gently rubbed it. Then he slowly opened the wooden box. Suddenly, a strong fragrance gushed out and filled the entire hall. What is this smell? It smells so good. Even the bigwigs in the VIP rooms sat up straight when they smelled the fragrance. They looked ahead with solemn expressions. Inside the wooden box, there was a stalk of spirit medicine. It was only the size of a palm and had a strange shape. Its entire body was emitting a stream of light. Seeing the elixir, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He was too shocked, because he had seen this thing before and he had just seen it. It was in that mysterious underground world that he had seen this plant. Back then, the dark red divine dragon had wanted to pluck it, but it had caused a lot of trouble. But he didn't expect to see it again at this auction. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the underground world was extremely terrifying. Everywhere was filled with shocking, murderous intent. There were even terrifying 1,000-year-old zombies. It could be said to be a forbidden area. Moreover, that place had been buried underground for thousands of years. No one knew about it at all. But what he didn't expect was that the Immortal Martial Academy actually knew of that place, and even obtained the spiritual medicine from there. Lin Xian was amazed. Indeed, this was a stock of extinct spiritual medicine. To tell the truth, we haven't researched what kind of spiritual medicine this is because there are no records of it, but it contains such a shocking amount of energy. It's definitely rare. The auctioneer elder said, a spiritual medicine that had never been seen before. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked, because even without the auctioneer elder's explanation, they could feel the dense energy aura coming from it. But very quickly, there were people who voiced their doubts. Why would such a precious spiritual medicine be auctioned? Yeah, even those bigwigs were puzzled. This was different from the broken treasure pagoda. That treasure pagoda might have already been studied by the Immortal Martial Academy, and it was useless to keep it. But spiritual medicine was different. It would only be effective after consuming it. And if one's luck was heaven-defying, they could even wait for the seed to be planted again, allowing this extinct item to reappear in the world. But very quickly they understood, because the auctioneer elder sighed and said in a low voice, to be honest, although this spiritual medicine is unique, it also has a flaw. Please take a look. After speaking, the auctioneer elder waved his hand. A ball of gentle light lifted the entire spiritual medicine and floated it up into the air. Instantly, the crowd saw the entire situation clearly. The top of the spiritual medicine was intact, but there was no root at the bottom. Seeing this scene, many bigwigs shook their heads and sighed. This situation made them very disappointed because they originally wanted to buy it and bring it back to their family to plant. Maybe they could grow another spiritual medicine. But now it seemed that it was impossible, because without the root, this spiritual medicine couldn't even survive, let alone reproduce. Moreover, the root contained a large amount of essence, but now it was missing. But this made them even more shocked because a spiritual medicine without the root actually still had such powerful energy. This was really too inconceivable. And at this time the auctioneer elder put away the spiritual medicine again and said in a low voice, "The starting price is 1 billion spiritual stones." 1 billion. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too heaven-defying, comparable to a half-earth step treasure. And this was only the starting price. Who knew how high the final price would be? After the auctioneer elder finished speaking, someone started to bid. 1,100,000,000. The one who bid was the Divine Bird Palace. The middle-aged expert's voice was cold. 1,500,000,000. A loud voice sounded with scorching energy. Everyone's hearts palpitated as they looked at the center because the one who bid this time was Taoist Master Golden Crow. The middle-aged expert from the Divine Bird Palace also frowned slightly. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he looked at the center. Taoist Master Golden Crow snorted coldly, not afraid at all. Everyone was shocked. These two were both experts of the demonic clan. There was no need to mention Taoist Master Golden Crow. Just a few days ago, everyone had witnessed his strength with their own eyes. He was a powerful existence that killed a 6th-level venerable with a single move. The Divine Bird Palace was also incomparably powerful. One had to know that the other party was a 6th-rank sect, an existence second only to the king families. What was even more coincidental was that both of them were of the Demon Clan, and they were of the Demon Bird Clan. At this moment, the two of them were competing, which was quite shocking. However, this scene didn't last long before it was broken, because the bigwigs in the VIP rooms had all made their moves. It couldn't be helped. Many of these bigwigs were elders with white hair, and they were very old. Some of them were even close to the limit of their lives. It could be said that they didn't have much time left. And now, this spiritual medicine contained powerful energy that might allow them to live for a few more years. No one wanted to die, and these bigwigs were no exception. Chapter 1054. Among them, some were already nearing the limit of their lives. It could be said that they did not have much time left. And now, this peerless spirit medicine contained powerful energy that might allow them to live for a few more years. No one wanted to die, and these big shots were no exception. Therefore, in the face of such temptation, these people could not remain calm. Looking at the scene, Lin Xian was equally astounded. Even though it was a damaged elixir, the amount of energy it contained was way too horrifying. It was definitely enough to make these big shots go crazy. He was excited because he also picked a spirit fruit in the mysterious underground forbidden area. Moreover, it was a complete spirit fruit that he had already refined into spirit wine. He wondered how crazy these big shots would go if he took out the spirit wine. Of course, he would not take it out. He had to slowly taste this kind of good thing. Moreover, she did not lack spirit stones. Now that she had it in the auction, it could be said that it was extremely easy to earn spirit stones. This was the world. Spirit stones were easy to earn, but rare treasures were extremely hard to come by. In the end, even the big shots from the king families could not sit still. The Shun family's elder made a strong move and participated in the auction. The elder from the Morong family was even more terrifying. He increased the price by 500 million in one go. This speed of increase made everyone's scalp tingle. They did not dare to bid anymore. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He did not expect these big shots to be so obsessed with this peerless spirit medicine. You still don't understand now. In the future, you will know what a stock of peerless spirit medicine means to these old guys. The dark red dragon said, "Humans are like this. The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death." And now, there was something that could prolong their lives. This was enough to make these people go crazy. Lin Xian indeed did not understand because he was still young, not even 20 years old. Moreover, he was exceptionally talented, so he did not have to worry about his lifespan. However, these big shots were different. Many of them had lived for too long. Now that their lifespans were about to end, they were more afraid of death than anyone else. 5 billion. A shocking voice resounded in the hall, stunning everyone. Countless martial artists' eyelids twitched wildly. Their minds went blank. They could not even believe their ears. 5 billion. This price was too terrifying. One had to know that it was not a complete, peerless spirit medicine. The ordinary martial artists felt their scalps go numb, and the big shots in the VIP rooms also had gloomy expressions. The price had already exceeded their expectations. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He turned around and saw that the figure was coming from the VIP room where Morong Qingqing was. Needless to say, the one who bid must be the old man from the Morong family. At this moment, in the VIP room, the old man's face was calm, and there was not a trace of emotion. It was as if 5 billion spirit stones were not worth mentioning before him. This price made everyone's expression change, and no one bid again. In the end, the peerless spiritual medicine was obtained by an old man from the Morong family. Afterwards, the auction continued, and it became more and more lively because all kinds of rare treasures emerged one after another. Furthermore, as time passed, everyone became more and more excited. That was because they knew that it was about time for the final supreme treasure to appear. Sure enough, the auctioneer's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the finale of this auction. I am certain that the value of this treasure far surpasses any of the previous items." Hearing this, everyone became excited, and even the big shots could not remain calm. That was because this time they came for the finale treasure. In the VIP room, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He knew what the finale treasure was, but he had never seen it before. This time, he could take the opportunity to see this legendary treasure. However, this made him even more shocked. As expected of an immortal martial technique, even such a heaven-defying item was willing to be auctioned. Everyone's gaze shifted to the front, to the auctioneer's elder. They saw the auctioneer take out the final item. It was a stone tablet, and it was half the height of a person. It was abnormally simple, and there were traces of time engraved on it. It was an item from ancient times. This was nothing. After all, they had all seen antiques before. However, what shocked them was that they felt an indescribable aura from the stone tablet. It was very profound, and no one could describe it clearly. They could only faintly sense it, but when they wanted to sense it more clearly, they discovered that they could not grasp it at all. This feeling was too profound, and it made them feel as if they were dreaming. Lin Xian was the same. However, his spirit power was more outstanding, and he could sense it more clearly than the others. However, even with that, he was still unable to sense what the stone tablet was trying to convey. Even the big shots had sunk into contemplation, and it was as if they had entered a meditative state. For a moment, the entire auction hall was terrifyingly silent. In the auction hall, the only person who was not affected was the dark red divine dragon. That was because he was very powerful to begin with and had reached the king realm. However, due to some special reason, his cultivation had dropped. However, only his strength had dropped, and his comprehension had not dropped. Thus, he was able to clearly sense the aura emitted by the king tablet. "What is written on it?" Lin Xian asked. "It can only be sensed and not explained." The dark, red, divine dragon shook his head and looked like a charlatan. This caused Lin Xian to gnash his teeth with hatred. However, he could do nothing about it. He knew that it might be true because the aura was too profound. With his current cultivation, he was utterly unable to comprehend it. If he forcefully comprehended it, it might be dangerous. So he quickly calmed down, because he knew that with his natural talent, he would be able to enter the king realm sooner or later. What he had to do was to make that time come quickly. At the front, the auctioneer softly coughed and broke the silence. The ordinary cultivators were jolted awake, and they had lingering fear on their faces. Earlier, they seemed to have fallen into a strange dream, and if it wasn't for that light cough, they might have lost themselves forever. On the other hand, the big shot sighed because such a good opportunity to comprehend the aura had been interrupted. However, their eyes were filled with excitement, and they flickered with light, because they were sure that it was real now. It really was the king tablet, and only such a thing could emit such an aura. When they thought up to here, their eyes burned with desire, and even their breathing became hurried. They had to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure. The members of the 6th rank sects were extremely excited because the king tablet was even more precious than the damaged pagoda from before. Moreover, it was countless times more precious. After all, the pagoda from before was only refined by a quasi-king, and it wasn't a true king tablet. Chapter 1055. Facing the real king's tablet, no one could remain calm. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, all of them competing to bid. The starting price of the king's tablet was 3 billion, but Lin Xian knew that the final price would definitely be more than that, because the price had already risen to 5 billion. Now, those who were still bidding were the king's families and some 6th rank sections. 5 billion! The Shen family's elder bid. As a king's family, he was determined to get the king's tablet, so his bid was also very fierce. 7 billion! The Morong family's elder bid, his voice still calm. These were two giants, both king's families, competing with each other at this moment. 8 billion! However, at this moment, another voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that there would still be people who dared to compete at this time. Didn't they see that the 6th rank families had already given up? There was no other way. In front of king's families, everyone had to lower their heads. However, now, there was actually someone who dared to compete. In an instant, everyone's gaze was on the VIP room, wanting to see who was the one behind it. Even Lin Xian was very curious, squinting his eyes. Who is in that VIP room? Lin Xian asked. It's the Blood, Realm, Martial, Honorables people. According to our investigation, the faction behind this person is the Palace of Ares. Palace of Ares. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. No wonder they dared to compete with the Shen family and Morong family. It was the Palace of Ares behind them. One had to know that the Palace of Ares was also a king's faction, not inferior to the other two at all. At this moment, the martial artists outside also heard the news, and they immediately exclaimed, Palace of Ares, they've made a move, they've really made a move. I didn't see anyone from the Palace of Ares before. I thought they wouldn't come, but I didn't expect them to appear at the last moment. I heard that the Palace of Ares isn't very peaceful now. It seems like it's going to split. I wonder which faction this person belongs to? Those who appeared in the Blood Realm must be from the Honorable Martial Honorables faction. Everyone was very excited as they discussed. In the crowd, the Liu family's people were also very excited because the person who bid was from the same faction as them. They were young Master Ling Feng's men, and that person was Wu Zun's man, and young Master Ling Feng was Wu Zun's son. Therefore, they were in cahoots with the person who had bid. If their people could obtain the king's steel, then their strength would increase by a large margin. However, at that moment, another aged voice sounded. 5.9 billion. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Raising the price by 200 million all of a sudden was too extravagant, wasn't it? Which side was this deity from? The entire hall was in an uproar. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Originally, everyone thought that only the Moron clan and Shinjia, the two king clans, were competing. Unexpectedly, the Palace of Gods of War also joined the competition. But now a new force had joined. At this moment, the situation in the entire auction house was extremely strange. It seemed that until the final moment, no one knew who would obtain the king's steel. The faces of the grade 6 sects turned gloomy. Although they could afford the price of 9 billion, they knew that the final price would definitely not be that high. Although they were powerful, they could not compete with the king clans in terms of wealth. Therefore, those grade 6 sects gave up on bidding. In the VIP room, the big shots of the Moron clan and Shun family frowned. This series of unexpected events made them feel that things were out of their control. However, the other middle-aged man was even more furious. He was the representative of the Palace of Gods of War who had bid before. This time, he was under the orders of the Marshal Honorable. He had to bring the king tablet back, and he had to do it at all costs. Now, another person had appeared to compete with him. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that he was extremely familiar with this voice. This was because the other party was also from the Palace of Gods of War, but it was his enemy force. The Palace of Gods of War had fallen into a very bad state. The Vice Palace Master took advantage of the Palace Master's seclusion to start a war, wanting to seize power. Therefore, the Palace of Gods of War was now divided into two factions. One faction was led by the Vice Palace Master, which was the faction that Wu Zun and young Master Ling Feng were in. The other faction was the faction that supported the Palace Master of Gods of War. Now, these two factions were locked in a fierce battle. Moreover, both sides had their eyes on the king's steel at the same time. This steel was extremely important to them because both factions had heaven-defying venerables, and they would soon be able to touch the edge of the king realm. Now, if they could obtain the king's steel and comprehend the laws on it, they might be able to take the opportunity to break through to the king realm. At that time, whoever could become the king realm would completely suppress the other party and become the new overlord. It could be said that this king's steel was extremely important to them. In the VIP room, opposite the middle-aged man, there was an old man in green. At this moment, his expression was solemn. Beside him, there was a beautiful woman in a green dress. If Lin Xian saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. He had seen these two people before. Previously in the Sand region, these two people had even saved him. At this moment, the green-clothed woman had a worried expression. That guy is too arrogant. We should really teach him a lesson. Don't worry. No matter how much he bids, this steel will be ours in the end. The green-clothed old man said in a low voice, "Don't forget that the Immortal Martial Academy is our ally. Something like the King's Steel is extremely important, so they can only pass it to us through an auction. So don't worry." Hearing the green-clothed old man's words, the beautiful woman heaved a sigh of relief. 1 billion. At this moment, the middle-aged venerables from the Palace of Gods of War spoke again. 2 billion. 6 for billion. The Shun clan and Moron clan weren't willing to be outdone. At this moment, the green-clothed old man also spoke in a low voice. 7 billion. 7 billion? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. All of them opened their eyes wide and didn't dare to believe it. Who exactly is this? He's actually so rich and overbearing to raise the price by another 500 million in an instant. One had to know that up until now, everyone's wealth was about the same. Now that he was able to take out another 500 million in an instant, it was enough to show that he was wealthy and didn't care about these spirit stones at all. Why do I feel that he's even richer than the king clans? Oh my God! When did such a terrifying person appear in the Sky Martial Continent? Countless people were shocked and discussed animatedly. Lin Xian was also greatly astonished, not for other reasons, but because this price was already shocking enough. It was enough to buy a few half-Earth rank artifacts. On the ranking platform, the auctioneer's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. He asked in a low voice, 7 billion, "Is there anyone who wants to raise the price?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Even the big shots from the King clans were silent. This price had already exceeded their expectations. Moreover, their clans also had things left behind by the King clans. Therefore, they didn't have an urgent need for this King steel. Therefore, for a moment, they didn't raise the price. Chapter 1056. This really shocked him. Moreover, from the looks of it, 7 billion did not seem to be the other party's limit. If he continued to bid, there would be an uncontrollable situation at that time. So what if I let you have it? The middle-aged man sneered. I'll let you be proud for a while. When the time comes, I'll personally take the king's tablet away. He had already decided not to bid anymore. Instead, he would wait for the auction to make a move and snatch the king's tablet. Anyway, both parties were already sworn enemies. They would not hesitate to kill and rob. Sure enough, 7 billion. This kind of heaven-defying price made everyone silent. No one bid anymore. In the end, the king's tablet was obtained by the green-robed old man. Hearing the final confirmation, the green-robed old man also heaved a sigh of relief. But fortunately, this thing was finally in his hands. Could it be that they gave up just like that? That shouldn't be. This doesn't seem to be their style. The beautiful girl also had a puzzled expression. This is indeed not their style. I'm guessing that they must be planning to snatch it halfway and take away the king's tablet without spending a single cent, the green-robed old man sneered. He could not be more familiar with the other party's methods. However, how could we not be prepared to deal with people like them? After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was all within his calculations. As the last king's tablet was auctioned off, the entire auction also came to an end. Some important figures stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the auctioneer elder said again, "Everyone, it's like this. That place is about to open again." Hearing this, the ordinary cultivators all revealed puzzled expressions because they did not understand at all. However, the elders of the major forces were stunned. Then their pupils constricted and their faces revealed shocked expressions. They stopped and looked back. "Is this true?" The Shun family's elder asked. "This is the news brought by the dean," the auctioneer elder said. However, the big shots furrowed their brows even more because they were now certain that this was most likely true. However, the ordinary workers around them became more and more confused as they listened. They were stunned on the spot with puzzled expressions. Lin Xian was also stunned. He frowned slightly because he did not understand. Where is that place? What could make so many big shots reveal such serious expressions? He was very curious and realized that there were too many things in this world that he did not know. Down below, the grand characters pondered for a moment, then began to walk again. However, this time, they were not walking toward the exit. Instead, they were walking toward the auction elder. "Since it's true, it seems that we need to discuss this matter properly." The elder from the Shun family took the lead and left. Behind him, the elder from the Morong family, the elder in green, and the others also left. The experts from the rank 6 sects also followed behind them. These people could all understand. They naturally knew what that place represented. As for the others, they didn't understand. They all revealed puzzled expressions and were extremely surprised. However, they also knew that they were probably not qualified to know about this matter. With endless curiosity, everyone left the auction house unwillingly. They did not dare to behave atrociously in front of so many big shots. Lin Xian was also very curious and wanted to go down to listen, but he knew that it was impossible. Those who participated in this matter were all peerless experts. With his current status, he was still unable to participate. However, if there was an urgent matter, the Immortal Martial Academy would inform him. Thinking of this, He calmed down and patiently dealt with the matters of the auction. At this moment, apart from Lin Xian and those from his own family, there were also the younger generation of the major powers that stayed in the auction house. Lin Xian and Wang Li had just come out when they saw Xin Yulong and the others. Seeing Lin Xian come out, the gloomy young man from the Xin family laughed coldly. To think that you actually dare to appear in front of us! How audacious! I advise you to hide. With your level of alchemy, it's not enough to look at in front of us. The gloomy young man was extremely arrogant. You dare to be careful of our brother Xian? Wang Li coldly snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. I can't, but our brother Tianyu can crush him with a single hand. What big words! Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow you up into the sky? Wang Li sneered. A loser still dares to say such big words. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. The two of them mocked each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. However, Lin Xian and the handsome young man didn't say anything, but the atmosphere in the air was getting colder and colder. However, the handsome young man had an arrogant expression. He turned to Xin Yulong and said, "Let's go. I came to Winseek City this time to see the King's Stone Tablet and find a few 7th grade alchemy grandmasters to exchange pointers with. I'm not interested in other things, and they don't have the qualifications to make me interested." He was extremely arrogant and didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. At this moment, Lin Xian also spoke in a low voice. Exchange pointers? Why don't we exchange pointers? He really couldn't stand the attitude of this group of people. They were all so arrogant. Those who didn't know would really think that they were pill kings. Coincidentally, Lin Xian had a new understanding of alchemy recently. He could use them as a whetstone. Exchange pointers with you? Are you worthy? The handsome young man, Shen Tianyu, showed disdain. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know once you try. Lin Xian said coldly. What a joke. A fake 6th grade alchemist dares to compete with our big brother Tian? You're courting death. You have to know that our big brother Tianyu is a true 7th grade alchemist. He's a grandmaster. I can guarantee that if you dare to bet, I'll make you piss your pants in shame. The cold young man was very arrogant. Generally, when one's strength reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist, they would be called an alchemy grandmaster. In terms of alchemy, they would be superb and would be respected by the major forces. No one expected that this handsome young man was actually a true 7th grade alchemist. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was a 7th grade alchemist? He now had the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and could refine 7th grade pills. Moreover, his success rate was higher than a true 7th grade alchemist. It could be said that he had reached the Grandmaster realm long ago. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't fear the other party at all. As long as the other party dared to provoke him, he was absolutely confident that he would ruthlessly beat them and let them know what a true alchemy grandmaster was. Oh, a battle between alchemy grandmasters? I won't miss such a good thing. Murong Qingqing floated over like a fairy with a faint smile on her lips. She naturally knew Shen Tianyu's strength, but she believed in Lin Xian more. In her opinion, if it was a real competition, Lin Xian would never lose. Brother Tianyu has made a move. At this time, the younger generation of the Divine Bird Palace also came over. They looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions.